Can you hear this? Mic check, test, test, one, two, three. Yep, alright. Looks like it's working. So, what I'm going to do is, on this Genshin Impact stream, since I wasn't exactly happy with the last stream, I'm actually going to start doing the quests. I'm going to stay mostly muted because I'm listening to YouTube videos on the side, like I always do when I play these games. Um, so it's just going to be mostly the quest running its course. If at any point in time I hear or don't hear a voice acted line, I am changing it to Japanese, and I'm sorry if you like to watch these VODs slash videos on YouTube and you're just kind of doing stuff on the side and listening, for the gameplay, for the dialogue and stuff. My bad. It's not up to me. It's up to the voice actors who refuse to work. Because I no longer will ever say that, oh, it's the voice actors who are on strike. I refuse to acknowledge that the voice actors are on strike anymore. They just refuse to work. And they're pieces of shit for doing that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look up Hero Hey, Tectone, and a bunch of other people that have been covering the VA strike. And also, fuck Paimon. Fuck whatever her name is, Karina, whatever. She can go fuck herself. I don't give a shit. I don't have any sympathy for her. So, yeah, I apologize in advance if the English dialogue is unvoiced. And if that happens, I'm just going to switch it to Japanese. The downside is I have no idea how long each segment of unvoiced dialogue will be or could be before I even get a chance to go into my menu to change the voices from English to Japanese. So that's gonna suck because I'm doing things on the side like laundry, cleaning my room, things like that. And I may not realize that there's some unvoiced dialogue or something. I look up from time to time to see if I have to press the button to activate whatever quest prompt there is, dialogue prompt or anything like that. But outside of that, if I just hear people talking and then suddenly there's no talking and then there's talking again, I'm not gonna skip the dialogue. That way people that are at least watching can read it. Maybe? But yeah, sorry about that in advance. I know that this whole VA SAG-AFTRA thing has been quite a headache to deal with for those that actually enjoy playing the game for the story and actually like to hear the English VAs. I feel sorry for you, and I feel sorry just in general because if it were me, I wouldn't tolerate this shit. But I came from a different era. I'm fucking old. Anyways, that said, I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself, and we'll get this started. Starting now.
Add Astro. finished, Monica! I don't want to see you back here until you're ready to wake up and start doing things properly! Right now, you're a disgrace to my kitchen and to the Hotel de Boer name!
It was an accident.
I'm sorry, did you hear me asking for excuses?
No, I'll do better, I promise.
Why is she so aggressive? She won't even listen to what the poor girl has to say. Oh, hey, cut her some slack. You gotta at least hear her out.
Wait!
Huh? Who do you think you are telling me? Wait a sec. Navia? So, you're bringing backup now. Suit yourself! You're still wasting your time!
Savannah, is this how you always treat your staff?
My staff is right. I'm the one in charge here now. And last time I checked, the Hotel de Boer doesn't take orders from the Spina di Rosula.
Of course. How you run your kitchen is none of our business. But when a member of your staff is so overworked he becomes gravely ill, that most definitely is our business. We're going to stand up for him, whether you like it or not.
Overworked? I've said it before and I'll say it again. If Vermont can't handle the job, then tough luck. There are plenty of other capable people I can hire instead.
But Philmont can do the job, he just...
Monica, back inside, now!
Huh? But you said I shouldn't come back until...
Just do as you're told, and not another word out of you! Come on, we have work to do!
Wow, what a horrible person!
Sorry. Looks like I've dragged you into some drama again. Her name is Savannah. She's the new head chef at Hotel de Boer. Ever since she took the job, she's been enforcing a brutal work regime and putting a huge amount of pressure on her staff. One guy was so overworked, he collapsed from illness. He's been bedridden for days, and he can barely even talk properly.
I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I don't deserve to be a chef.
At his family's request, the Spina di Rosula is trying to mediate on his behalf. We're not exactly making a ton of progress, as you saw. Savannah is adamant that Vermont's exhaustion and illness have nothing to do with her or how she's been running her kitchen. She's refusing to have any kind of meaningful dialogue with us. Our next thought was to talk to the other chefs at the restaurant and get a better idea of their working conditions. But with Savannah watching them like a hawk, no one has been willing to open up. And that's why I'm here, doing it the old-fashioned way. Camping out, watching, and waiting for an opportunity.
Oh, shoot! It all makes sense now. Sorry. Paimon should have thunk before she spoke. Did Paimon ruin everything?
Oh, no, not at all, Paimon. Honestly, the way she was laying into Monica, someone had to step in. I'm sure I would have piped up if you hadn't.
I have to say this. It's so fucked up. But I have to say it. Paimon's VA, English VA, could really learn a thing or two from Paimon right now. Maybe think before you speak. Just saying. Hope this helps.
And besides, I don't really think I'm built for espionage. Yeah, meaning it's gonna be all the more difficult to get the inside scoop now. Oh, I might as well head back to the Fleuve Cendre then. We'll need to come up with a whole new game plan.
Paimon will join you, 'cause this is kinda all Paimon's fault.
Guys, it's fine. You don't need to worry about it. That said, if you were planning to visit the Fleuve Cendre anyway, let me take you out for a meal. I'll make sure it's a proper feast. A really famous chef just joined the Spina di Rosula's tavern. Her name is...
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to apologize for the scene you witnessed just now. We shouldn't subject our customers to that. This is a small token from us. It's some candy from Monica. She asked me to make sure it was delivered into your hands.
Monica's the one apologizing? Huh. Clearly Savannah is the one who owes an apology.
Our head chef has been a little highly strung lately. Sorry for everything.
Alright. Since there's candy, Paimon will drop it. Not the candy.
Thank you for understanding. We'll make sure to pass your feedback on to Miss Savannah.
A little highly strung, huh?
Paimon doesn't get it. How did someone like her even become head chef?
Well, according to Fermat's family, she hasn't always been like this. But that's a story for another time. Let's try this candy.
Oh, Paimon totally gets it. Come on, dig in! Huh? Hold on, there's something written on the wrapper. Find... Escoffier?
Escoffier? Could this mean...
Huh? You know that name, Navia?
Yeah. Let's stick to the plan and go back to the Fleuve Cendre for now. That's where we'll find Escoffier anyway.
So, who is this Escoffier, anyway?
Well, for starters, she used to be the head chef at the Hotel de Bourg, before Savannah. She recreated the legendary Gâteau de Bourg and restored the restaurant back to its former glory. Safe to say, she's the most renowned head chef in the Hotel de Bourg's history, after the culinary genius Modeste himself.
Gâteau de Bourg? That's the super exclusive cake that they only sell a few slices a day, right? Wow. Why the heck would she let Savannah take her place?
Well, apparently, the Hotel de Bourg was reported for a safety incident. Someone claims that the kitchen was adding an illegal substance to their menu. But none of the chefs had any idea how it could have gotten into the food. In the end, Escoffier decided that as head chef, she should take responsibility. And she was sent to the Fortress of Meripede.
The Fortress of Meripede?
Well, you're right. The quantity of the substance they found was fairly minimal. Even the guards believed the whole thing was probably just an accident. Escoffier didn't have to stay in the fortress for long, but still, by the time she returned, the role of head chef had already passed to Savannah.
So that's what happened. Paimon still thinks it's really unfair.
Even though Escoffier is no longer head chef at the hotel, she's still well respected by the staff. So, I'm guessing what Monica wants is for us to convince Escoffier to try and negotiate with Savannah on the staff's behalf.
Oh, Paimon gets it! Monica wants Escoffier to come back and kick Savannah out. It's simple. If the new head chef is stressing everyone out, then the solution is just get the old one back.
Well, about that...
You thought cream of mushroom soup was ready to serve after 3.5 minutes on the stove! You'd have had more sense serving hot water with ice cubes. At least then, you wouldn't have wasted all this perfectly good cream and mushroom. What do you say, Hilaire?
I'm sorry, Cream. I'm sorry, Mushroom.
As you can see, Escoffier's that kind of chef as well.
You have to leave it on the heat for long enough to allow those flavors the chance to come out. Don't be fooled by the aroma when the water first starts to boil. Got it?
Yes, Chef.
Then go back and do it again. The customers are still waiting. Remember where you went wrong and don't repeat the same mistake twice.
Yes, Chef.
Excuse us,
Waiting to be served? Sorry, we're pretty busy. I'm afraid you have to join the line.
Oh, no, we're not here to eat.
So you're not paying customers? Then I'm afraid the wait will be even longer.
It's hard to talk to Escoffier when she's in the zone. Let's take a seat. We can catch up while we wait.
Looks like the rush hour is finally over. Is it always this busy here?
These days, yes. I'd say business has tripled since Escoffier joined as temporary head chef. Well, in her words, the Hotel de Boer doesn't need her anymore. It doesn't look like she's got any plans to go back.
I guess I'll be heading off then.
Wait, take these home with you. We can't serve them now, and there's no sense in letting them go to waste.
Oh, thank you, Chef.
For what? Like I said, I just don't want them going to waste. Oh, and tell Fiamma to get well soon, so you're not running yourself ragged every single shift.
Fiamma. That's the second time we've heard that name. Who is that again?
He's the chef that fell ill from stress. Hilaire is his son. And with Mom stuck at home taking care of Dad, he decided to pick up some work to help pay the bills. Escoffier knows their situation, so she's been making some extra food every day for him to take home.
Hey, I heard that, Navia! I've told you before, no one's making extra food. Hilaire is making blunders in the kitchen, and I can't serve his failed dishes, so he might as well take them home.
Yeah, failed dishes that just so happen to be nutritionally complete every single time.
So, you two must be the world-famous traveler and her companion, Paimon, yes? Is there something I can help you with?
Oh, so you know us already. We'll skip the introduction then. We're here to talk about...
Oh, I certainly am. The Spina's headquarters are right next to the tavern. And I've lost count of the number of times Navi has come to pester me about it. But I don't work for the Hotel de Boer anymore. And being ex-head chef doesn't give me the right to interfere with that business. Besides, I'm the one who persuaded Savannah to take the job in the first place.
What?
Well, she was a much gentler person back then. A little timid, even. She wasn't at all confident that she was the right fit for the role.
That's hard to believe. Are we definitely talking about the same Savannah here?
Honestly, I do wonder if she's just emulating me. I mean, I'm not the most pleasant head chef to be around either. Anyway, suffice to say that given the history between us, it'll be tricky for me to tell her she's doing her job wrong without coming across like a huge hypocrite. Fiamma and the others probably think that Savannah gets it all from me.
I wouldn't be so sure about that, Escoffier. Look at this note we got from Monica.
She mentioned me.
Whatever shortcomings you feel you have, it looks like Monica still trusts you. As for the others, well, how can you know what they think unless you ask them?
Monica.
Plus, it's not like we're asking you to storm in there and raise hell. We're only in the initial phase of our investigation. All we're trying to do is get the other chefs to open up to us.
Oh, Monica. Oh, Monica!
Escoffier?
I can't believe her! Powdered sugar is supposed to be applied sparingly. Look at all that on the wrapper. It's thicker than the sole of my shoe. Unbelievable! I won't stand for this. She has to learn. Come on, we're going.
Wait, so now she's,
Let's go catch up to her. We don't want to keep her waiting.
By the way, random aside here, I can't believe I didn't think about this until just recently, but I've been seeing videos that the Pyro Traveler is not a bad DPS, or just not a bad unit as a whole. If built right, they can be pretty interesting a damage dealer. So I already had some spare Obsidian Codex pieces to give her, or in other people's cases, him. But yeah, I could definitely use some more crit rate. But here's the fun thing. Outside of Bennett and Kaching, Pyro Traveler is now the third person that can use the Lion's Roar. Now, Kaching is way better on Aggravate teams or Quick Bloom. So, outside of some sort of like a Taser or Aggravate team where Electro is applied like often, this is a good weapon for Kaching, but we didn't have a good Pyro user to take advantage of it. And, well, Pyro Traveler can be useful with this weapon on an overload comp. Something Kaching would really be bad at because she doesn't want enemies to be flung around by overload explosions. So here you go. Anybody wondering if what you should or who you should give Lion's Roar to? Give it to your Pyro Traveler. It might actually be decent. And with attack percent as the main stat, it's not a bad stat stick. So yeah, I just wanted to just mention that. Just a little random aside. But I'm going to go back to Wolfswing because I hate how terrible my crit rate looks without it. Alright, back to the quest. Oh, and during the next line of dialogue, I'm going to go get some water, so if I'm not fast enough with the button checks or dialogue checks, apologies in advance.
Wait, she looks like... Is that a Escoffier?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I messed up your order.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Maybe the taste is a little off, but if you hadn't brought it up, I don't think I would have noticed.
But, please, you have to forgive me or Chef is gonna... Okay, I know. I'll kneel before you.
What the heck?
Get up, Monica! Can't you see that you're just making your customer feel more awkward?
Escoffier?
If you want forgiveness, then do what any self-respecting chef would do. Make the dish again. And this time, get it right. You cannot go begging your customers to feel sorry for you.
Savannah said that I'm not allowed back in the kitchen until I've corrected my mistake. But if I can't go back into the kitchen, I can't do the dish over.
That's some backwards logic. How can you fix your mistake without being allowed to cook? If this is what Fermat had to put up with, then no wonder he had a breakdown.
We apologize for interrupting your meal, sir.
It's fine. With my layman's palate, it's not like I can tell the difference anyway. I was actually quite enjoying my meal until she appeared out of nowhere and started apologizing. Gave me a bit of a fright, to be honest.
Oh, well, it's because Chef Savannah tasted a bit of the leftover soup from my pot and then threw me out of the kitchen.
Gosh, that's pretty strict. Has she always been that way? I don't recall things being like this when Escoffier was head chef here. I gotta say, you're all looking a little worse for wear these days.
I mean, Escoffier was strict too, but I think the difference is that her criticism was more constructive, so you knew what you did wrong and how to improve, and we all knew that it came from a good place. Chef Escoffier was hard on us because she truly wanted us to reach her level. But these days, whenever we make a mistake, we just get told to wake up, get your head in the game, or just do it again. And it's only gotten worse since word got out that Chef Escoffier had started working again in the Fleuve Cendre.
Monica, you don't need to call me chef. I'm not the boss here anymore.
Yeah, but through no fault of your own. What happened back then? That wasn't on you, and all of us know that. That banquet was a huge event, and so many staff were involved every step of the way. With so many moving parts, there's no way of knowing how that Lumiline ended up in the food we served.
Lumiline? What's that?
A new drug from the Fontaine Research Institute, produced from an extract of the Lumitoile. Apparently it sharpens the senses, so they used it to treat people with impaired responses to stimuli.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about that. They found out you can use it as a flavor enhancer since it stimulates the taste buds. Makes things pretty addictive.
They also found that overuse can have mood-altering effects, and even lead to nerve damage. So it quickly ended up on the guards' list of controlled substances. Unfortunately, however, some food products containing the additive had already made it to the market by the time the guards banned it from the restaurant industry.
Everyone knows that in all likelihood, someone probably just purchased a batch of contaminated ingredients by mistake. But you took all the blame. We all know why. You just didn't want to see this turn into a place where tensions are constantly running high, because everyone's suspicious of each other all the time. And now look at you, a fry chef in the Fleuve Cendre.
What are you trying to say? Sure, the Spina's Tavern is no Hotel de Boer, but come on, it's not that bad, is it?
Oh, the Fleuve Cendre, you say? Great. That's where I'm downing from now on.
Monica, I'm very happy with my current job. And there's no changing the past. We just have to let bygones be bygones. Besides, at the end of the day, I was the head chef, regardless of whose mistake it was. Ultimately, the responsibility lay with me.
If only Savannah was half the boss you were.
I'm sorry? Do you have a problem with my conduct as head chef?
No, chef.
So, you do remember who's boss? Escoffier? I thought you'd left this place for good. What are you doing back here?
What happened to you, Savannah? Why are you acting like this? When I turned this place over to you,
You made me the head chef and gave up your right to tell me how to do my job. You're not the boss here anymore, so stop acting like you own the place.
Whoa. Sounds like someone has a chip on her shoulder.
God, have you grown a temper since I last saw you? Have you put even half the amount of energy into improving your cooking skills, or are you still using the Pluie Lotus as an off-brand marcotte, thinking no one can tell the difference?
That's none of your business!
What happened to not storming in and raising hell?
Ho ho! I was not expecting to see something this spicy as soon as Escoffier returned.
Huh? Fan Asian?
Oh my god! I wasn't expecting the accent, but I'm all for it.
Aye, miladies. Might I make a humble suggestion? Given that we have ourselves a tête-à-tête between chefs at the Hôtel de Bord, I dare say it would be de rigueur to settle this the traditional way.
The traditional way? That can only mean one thing.
That's right. I'm talking, of course, about the tradition established by Modeste himself. The cooking contest!
According to legend, the founders of Hôtel de Bord, Modeste and Savelli, used this method to resolve all of their disputes. Everything from petty arguments over next week's menu to disagreements over the strategic direction of the restaurant. The cooking contest would decide who had the final say.
Huh. It sounds like they had a lot of free time on their hands.
Ah, well, it might sound that way to us. But in fact, the cooking contest played an enormous role in motivating chefs to hone their skills, reaching new heights of excellence in the culinary arts. And indeed, the reintroduction of this institution in recent years has surely been instrumental in transforming the Hôtel de Bord into the top-ranking restaurant in Fontaine.
Reintroduction? Someone brought it back? Who?
What say you, Escoffier? Surely you of all people won't back down from this challenge. It was you who put the rule in place, after all.
Sure, I reinstated it, but I'm not a chef at Hôtel de Bord anymore. Isn't this bending the rules a little?
I see no issue as long as both sides agree to the terms. We could simply treat it as an exhibition of sorts. Savannah, any objections?
Exhibition. Huh. No. If we're going to battle it out, let's put it all on the line. If I lose, it's up to you what happens to me.
I don't want anything to happen to you.
But if you lose, you hand over the Codex de Bord to me.
What? The Codex de Bord?
Only the legendary handbook written by the original head chef Modeste. It contains all his secret recipes, including Gâteau de Bord. It's the greatest treasure in Fontaine's culinary world, and only the present and former head chefs of the Hôtel de Bord have the right to read it.
Present and former? Wait, but that already includes Savannah, though.
What do you want that old thing for? You have your own copy, don't you?
Don't take me for a fool. You know perfectly well what I mean. I want your copy, the original version, the one you took with you when you left us.
I'm sorry, I must be missing something. You know, there's no difference between the original and the copy, right? They contain the exact same recipes.
Stop trying to change the topic. What's wrong, Escoffier? Scared you're gonna lose to me? Or are you scared of me getting my hands on the original codex?
Savannah, you may remember that we gave her the original as a parting gift, to thank Escoffier for her years of service. Asking for it back feels a little,
Oh, I'm sure it won't be an issue, as long as both sides agree to the terms. Those were your words, weren't they? And as for the contest itself, let's make it a bake-off. Gâteau de Bord, per the recipe in the codex. Well, Escoffier, you against me. Are you in or out?
You sound surprisingly confident. All right then, let's see how much you've actually grown. I hope you surprise me, Savannah. I'd hate to find out that all you've learned after this long is how to chew people's heads off.
Believe me, I'll show you.
Escoffier, are you sure this is a good idea? You accepted her terms a little hastily.
Oh, it'll be fine. Let's head back to the Fleuve Cendres so I can get prepping.
I do apologize. This whole ordeal reflects rather poorly on us. I'm afraid it's not quite that simple. The Hôtel de Bord runs as more of a partnership, you see. It was founded by two friends, Modeste and Savelli, and it's been that way ever since. So, while I am technically Savannah's boss, it's not really my place to interfere with the business of the kitchen. To be perfectly honest with you, that's part of the reason why I suggested a cooking contest. If Escoffier wins, it would be the perfect opportunity for her to talk some sense into Savannah. Or, of course, if she wanted to return, then... but anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Whatever the outcome, this contest will hopefully serve as a turning point for us. Please, pass on my best wishes to Escoffier. I must say, Savannah surprised me with her confidence. Does she really believe she can best Escoffier in the kitchen? I thought she was just blowing off steam when she first raised the idea to me.
So, this whole bake-off thing kind of came out of nowhere. Was it really sensible to just go along with it?
Well, I got a sense that she's holding something back. But we chefs always express ourselves in our cooking. So if she won't talk, this might be the best way to find out what's really going on with her.
Huh? Holding back? Sure didn't sound that way to Paimon.
Escoffier only picked up on it because she's the same way. Always closed off, never letting you know what she really thinks.
That's patently false, at least where your macarons are concerned. I've been nothing but truthful with you about the disgraceful amount of sugar you use.
Okay, that's one case where you can keep your thoughts to yourself.
Oh, that? Well, it's not so much a recipe book as a diary of Modeste's adventures. Back in the day, he and his good friend Savelli explored far and wide, partly adventuring, partly looking for new ingredients and developing new recipes. Their creations had an enormous influence on the course of Fontaine cuisine, turning it into a much more vibrant and diverse scene. For instance, legend has it that the original Gâteau de Bourg was made using a special secret ingredient that Modeste discovered on one of his adventures. So rare was the ingredient that they could never make more than 16 slices of the cake per day. But everyone who tried it claimed that it was one of the most blissful and invigorating things they had ever tasted. Modeste and Savelli went on to found the original Hôtel de Bourg, which catapulted them to stardom in Fontaine's culinary world. Especially Modeste. He was hailed as a once-in-a-generation genius, and over time, the recipes from his adventure log became known as the Codex de Bourg.
Ah, Paimon's heard this kind of story before. Armed with the Codex, the Hôtel de Bourg took its rightful place as the finest restaurant in the land, serving those recipes for centuries to come. Something like that?
What? No, of course not. Cooking is a constantly evolving art form. How could any restaurant survive if they only served food that was popular last century? Anyway, never mind centuries. Sibeli and Modest parted ways not even 10 years after their rise to fame. Then, Modest passed away while he was still in his prime. And that was it. The end of the Hotel de Boer's heyday. It fell into decline, and for most of its history, it was just a nondescript place with a couple of cheap tables. It's only in recent decades that it started recovering. Even then, it still took numerous relocations and changes of management before we finally ended up with Vanigem and the restaurant we have today.
Oh! So the Codex really isn't all that, then. Paimon figured it was like one of those mystical books they have in Liyue's martial arts novels, where the main character learns all their secret powers from.
Yes, well, that's fiction, and this is reality. You can't meet the tastes of modern diners by following some ancient recipes from a dusty old book.
Case in point. Even the Gâteau de Boer they sell now is actually Escoffier's reimagination.
Wait, really? Why though? Didn't that recipe make it into the Codex?
It did, but like I said, it's the dusty old book now, and the records aren't as legible as they once were. Not to mention that there's no way of finding the secret ingredient Modest wrote about. So, reimagination is right. I consulted some historical records and took what I could from the Codex. But ultimately, the Gâteau de Boer of today is my own recipe. As for why we gave it the same name and kept the tradition of only selling 16 slices a day, well, you've got Vanigem's business sense to thank for that.
Oh. Huh. Well, that kind of takes all the mystique out of it.
Hey now, it might not be the original Gâteau de Boer, but it's still the most delicious cake in Fontaine today. And who knows, maybe Escoffier's version is more suited to your palate. Just think, if the original truly was the perfect cake you're imagining it to be, there's no way the recipe would have been lost to history, right? Not to mention that the Hotel de Boer never would have fallen into a slump.
Anyway, before I left my role as head chef, I made a copy of all the recipes from the Codex, including my own improved versions, and turned them over to Savannah.
So why is she so interested in the original copy? Could it be a symbolic thing? Like, whoever holds the original Codex de Boer is the true head chef?
Well, it was clearly precious enough to give to Escoffier as a parting gift. Meanwhile, Savannah only got a copy. Maybe from her point of view, it's like management doesn't truly see her as being worthy of the role.
You think so? The only thing is, it was her suggestion to gift me the original in the first place. Well, a joint decision by her and Vanigem. But still.
What? Huh. Guess she's had a major change of heart since she became head chef. Yeesh.
Who knows? We could speculate forever. Better to just let our gâteau do the talking. It means vesting her in this bake-off, and then getting her to explain herself, even if I have to beat it out of her with a spatula. However much she's changed since we worked together, I believe that she still has her chef's pride. And if she respects the art, she'll respect the outcome of our contest.
Well, I'm confident that you and your spatula can get justice for Froment. All you need to do now is win the contest. But that should be a breeze for you.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Gâteau de Boer is very complicated to make. Usually, it takes 3 chefs working in tandem to cover everything. Now, if I had to push it, I could probably do the work of 3 chefs myself. But I'd prefer to play it safe if I can find a couple of assistants in time.
Well, that's easy. The 3 of us are veterans in the kitchen. You just need to pick 2 of us.
Well, I have heard the Traveler is an accomplished cook, as well as a warrior. But be warned, I will hold you to exceptionally high standards. Think you're up to the task?
Oh, count me in too. I've spent weeks perfecting my macarons after your scathing review. Even if it means competing against the Traveler, so be it. I'll show you what I'm made of.
Confident. I like it. Alright, let's start with some elementary mise en place. Show me your knife skills.
I've always called it chopping stuff up, not mise en place. But it's basically the same thing, right?
Oh, Navia. The difference in your case is that mise en place is chopping stuff up without sending juices flying all over the... Looks like you found that easier than I expected.
Yeah, thankfully it was pretty straightforward in the end. You made it sound like we'd be carving statues out of fruits or something.
Well, brace yourself, because the next step is anything but straightforward. I'll be using this cold press to extract flavor compounds from the ingredients. A kind of special food processor I got the Fontaine Research Institute to make for me. It uses cold temperature extraction to isolate the essence of cooking ingredients, which can then be used to flavor dishes more precisely. But this isn't exactly standard kitchen equipment, so that probably didn't make a whole lot of sense. Let me give you a demonstration instead.
Custom-made equipment from the Fontaine Research Institute, huh? That's some pretty high-tech food prep. Hyman's never used anything this weird before. Cool. Not weird.
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
The device isn't cold enough yet. I need to reduce the temperature.
Off to the freezer!
And done. These are the flavor compounds extracted from our ingredients. I processed all the fruit you chopped up earlier.
Wow! Even the smell is so much more concentrated. What next? Do we add all this stuff in?
Absolutely not! Throwing everything in at once will ruin the balance of flavors. We have to go slowly and carefully to calibrate the exact flavor we want. I'll demonstrate again. Now, watch closely. Slowly and carefully. Not a drop too much, and not a drop too little. That didn't count. I was experimenting. And voila! Now it's your turn. Not terrible. Considering this was everyone's first time blending flavor extracts, it could have been worse. But the Traveler's work was surprisingly good. Are you sure you've never done this before? You got almost perfect results on your first try. Oh, well, they do say adventurers are multi-talented folks. Now I've seen it firsthand. Alright, now for the part I've been looking forward to. I want each of you to cook something from the Hotel du Bois' current menu. I'll judge your submissions and give you a final score. That's right. The true test of your cooking skills is the finished product. It'll be good practice for the contest itself. Now get to it. Chop chop!
Finally on the right path.
How's it going? Have you picked a dish yet? Choose wisely. I expect you to present the most delicious thing on the menu. Look at that! With the grace of a snow-winged goose, as I like to say. Now, let the grating commence.
Pretty good, right? Not to brag or anything, but Paimon's a bit of a connoisseur when it comes to la food.
6 points.
What? Oh, well, fair enough. Paimon doesn't cook all that often, so as long as it's a pass.
That's 6 out of 100.
What?
You say you're a connoisseur, but it's quite clear from this dish that you have far more experience consuming food than creating it. By that logic, I suppose you think listening to Lady Farina on repeat every day would make you an opera singer.
Aww.
Oh, me next, me next! I'll have you know that this batch of macarons has 2 whole tablespoons less sugar than my previous ones.
So you went from 12 tablespoons to 10? Well, it's nice to know you actually measured it out. Because it tastes like you just threw in whatever was left in the jar. 6 points.
Aww.
Now to the final dish.
So, what do you think?
This is our last hope.
8 points.
Darn! That's barely higher than what we got.
Not exactly. The color is spot on. Beautiful aroma. Excellent presentation. I have to give this one 8 points out of 10. Maybe even 9 points.
Huh? How did you pull that off?
Don't get me wrong. There's room for improvement. But still, this is clearly the work of an accomplished chef. I can tell that you've put many hours of work into honing your skills in the kitchen. I can really taste the grace of the snow-winged goose in this dish. The traveler's journey, with all its trials, tribulations, and setbacks. Not to mention the frustrations of having a picky eater for a partner.
Hey, you made that last part up! No way did you taste that!
Well, it looks like I lost fair and square. I guess you'll be taking the Traveler as one of your assistants then?
But if it takes 3 chefs, that still leaves 1 slot remaining. Maybe Paimon and Navia should keep practicing and see how it goes?
Chef Escoffier!
Oh, it's Hilaire! What brings you here?
I heard the news about the cooking contest. You're doing Gâteau de Bois, right? I was just wondering if you needed any help?
Huh. And you think you're up to the task, do you?
Oh, no, I know I'm not there yet. It's actually my dad who wanted to help.
Firma, last I heard, you could barely get out of bed.
Chef Escoffier, Navia, Traveler, thank you all so much for everything you're doing for me and my family. I've had enough of sitting around at home while you run yourselves ragged. If you let me, I'd like to help you win this cooking contest.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
Don't you worry. I'll be fine. I'm feeling much better now. I'm sorry. I know I've been rather useless these past few days, but not anymore. The fact is, I'm a fine chef, despite recent events. I've proven myself in the Hotel de Boer kitchen, so if anyone's qualified to work under Chef Escoffier, it's me. I think. I hope so.
Firma, have you even set foot in a kitchen since leaving Hotel de Boer?
I have not, but I'm fully rested now. I know I can handle it. I'll prove it. Let me whip something up for you right now. Huh? That's strange. Why are my hands shaking?
What do you call this, Firma?
I can't seem to grip my knife.
Do it again! Again! Again!
I...
Hopeless. Get out of my kitchen yesterday.
Dad, what's wrong?
I don't understand. I was feeling so much better, and then Will I never be able to work in a kitchen again?
Dad, talk to me. What happened?
I think the real issue here is not physical exhaustion, but psychological trauma.
Monica, when did you get here?
Probably because you were all concentrating so hard on your cooking. I didn't want to interrupt your flow. But anyway, Firma, I'm so sorry. If only I'd known how serious your situation was, I would have stood up for you sooner.
You have nothing to apologize for, Monica. During those long nights of redoing every order, you were the only person who looked out for me.
Oh, come on. All I did was make you some tea. I doubt it was much help. Savannah was so ruthless toward you. I probably should have brought you something stronger.
She sounds like the worst. All right, another Savannah horror story. Let's hear it.
She's been getting harsher and harsher on us ever since she heard about Escoffier's new role in the Fleuve Cendre. Seems like no matter what we make, she'll find something wrong with it.
What is this? It looks like a dog's been at it. In the trash now!
Then she orders us to redo the dish again and again, but we never know what's going to make her happy.
Do it again, do it again, do it again!
Every time you remake it, you just get another earful from her.
Either straighten yourself out, or get out of my kitchen!
So now, it seems like just picking up a kitchen utensil gives me flashbacks of her yelling at me.
Oh man, that must be awful.
The more I want to get it perfect, the more my hands shake, and the more scared I am of making another mistake.
How can you give up so easily, Firma? You weren't a quitter when you were working for me. And even under Savannah, you talk about working late into the night trying to perfect your dishes. That says to me that you still hadn't lost that determination to prove yourself. What changed?
I don't know what's come over me. When I think back, I just remember feeling like my heart and my hands were growing heavier and heavier as the shift went on. Each time I had to redo a dish, my heart sank a little further. Maybe Savannah was right. Maybe I am just hopeless at this.
Dad.
I see. Well, it sounds like there are some deep issues at work here. Ones that won't be resolved by merely seeking compensation. I will win this contest, and after that, I encourage you to approach Savannah and talk this out.
But what if you can't find another assistant in time? Clearly, I'm in no state to help out.
You think being one person short will ruin my chances? Let's not forget, I taught you and her everything you know. Even if I had to go it alone, I would present the perfect gâteau.
Oh, well, Paimon and Nadia will still keep practicing, just in case.
And so will I.
Yeah! And if worse comes to worse, we can always get the Spina di Rosula to put out an emergency call for chefs. There's gotta be someone out there, right?
Actually, I thought maybe I could help. That's sort of why I'm here.
What? Why didn't you say so?
I was going to, but then... well, this is the first chance I got.
You do this for us? Thank you so much, Monica.
Alright, fine by me. But aren't you still working for Savannah? Joining the other side seems like a guaranteed way to put your future employment in jeopardy.
I know, but it's all right. I've made up my mind. With the way things are, I can't keep working for Savannah much longer anyway. Unless I want to become the next Fermat. I'm done with sucking it up. It's time to try and turn things around. If this cooking contest can get Savannah to see the error of her ways, then I'm sure she'll forgive me for this.
Well, Paimon didn't think we'd be poaching from Savannah's staff to get our third person, but there you go. Anyway, Monica's a professional chef, so nothing could possibly go wrong now.
Great! Then it's settled. And to congratulate you all on making the team, I propose a Spina-sponsored meal to celebrate.
Spina-sponsored? Wait, you mean I'm cooking?
Well, I promised the Traveler a feast in the Fleuve Cendre. And I know how much you've been looking forward to it.
Yeah! Feast, feast, feast!
Alright, if you insist, then prepare for some of the finest food of your lives. That's not a bad idea, actually. Wait, hold on. You need to finesse that further.
That was a dream come true. Paimon never knew Fontanian cuisine could be this good.
Why, Savannah? Why? Oh, nothing. I was just flicking through the original Codex de Boer. I wanted to see if there was anything I'm missing. Something I hadn't noticed before. That might explain why Savannah's so desperate to get her hands on it. But I can't find anything. It's just some hastily scribbled recipes in between diary entries from Modeste's adventuring phase. And most of it's not even legible anymore. The copy I gave her not only has all the recipes in full, but even includes my own private tips and notes from years of experience. Surely that's infinitely more useful than this old thing. Yeah, maybe. Still, it's just hard for me to imagine that the Savannah I knew would go to all this effort just to make a point?
It could just be me, but I do feel like Escoffier's voice actress is having a hard time with a more, how you say, I don't want to say traditional, but with a more Americanized English accent. Some of her, I think she's British, I don't know, but some of her natural accent tends to come through, and I feel like I've noticed it quite a few times now. Maybe it's just me, but yeah, I couldn't help but notice it, so I just felt like saying something. Alright, here we go. Muting myself again and continuing.
We were. At least I always thought we were. She was a little shy, but meticulous with everything and everyone she dealt with. She made a few mistakes here and there, but she was quick to correct them whenever they were pointed out. And she was always striving to improve as a chef. Those qualities are why I recommended her to replace me as head chef. I never imagined for 1 second that she'd cause Fiamma and the other staff so much grief. Well, I mean to an extent, of course. I pushed hard for her to get the role. And the idea that she turned out like this because of me is difficult to come to terms with. I wonder if this is how Modeste felt back when he was writing the Codex. Yes, with his good friend and co-founder of the Hotel de Boer, Savelli. The story goes that after Modeste unveiled his Gâteau de Boer and was hailed as a culinary genius, he was admired and adored by all. But his newfound fame slowly drove him and Savelli apart. Unlike Modeste, whose every new creation was an instant hit, Savelli seemed to face setbacks at every turn. Doors that would swing wide open for Modeste would shut in Savelli's face. And with Modeste being whisked off to all manner of functions by his celebrity friends, he had less and less time to discuss the culinary arts with Savelli. People started gossiping about Savelli, and their relationship between the two gradually soured. Everything came to an abrupt end when Modeste, still in the prime of his life and still hailed as a genius, suddenly died from an acute illness. And that was it. They neither had a decisive split, nor got the chance to properly reconcile. Their story just came to an end. One rumor had it that Savelli actually killed Modeste out of jealousy, even as the latter was hoping to make amends. Unlikely. It's a popular theory, but there's no real basis for it. At least there are no records of Savelli ever being convicted of a crime. Still, beyond a point, there's no way of knowing what truly happened in the past. All we can do is try to make sure the present doesn't quite go as badly. And that's why I have to win this contest tomorrow. Then get the truth about everything that's been going on, even if it means cracking her open like a nut. Really? Well, I like the confidence. Don't let me down tomorrow, then. You better bring your A game. Let's hope that Savannah isn't all sizzle and no steak. After all the work we put in, it would kinda be a shame if tomorrow was a complete cakewalk.
instead of confining themselves to the... Heavens. God.
It's cooking contest day! To the Hotel de Boer! Toot sweet!
Did you hear the news? Escoffier's coming back for a cooking contest.
Wait, seriously? Escoffier in a cooking contest? Now that I've got to see.
I don't get it. Why would anyone in their right mind challenge her to a cooking contest?
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is...
Mesdames et messieurs, welcome one and all to the Hotel de Boer and to this most exciting of cooking contests.
Savannah, I've brought the original copy of the codex you asked for.
Monica? Huh.
In the interests of fairness, this contest will be conducted in a double-blind format. Once the dishes are complete, they will be sent to the back of the kitchen where they'll each receive a label. The labels will be placed out of sight underneath the plates, only to be revealed after the judges have sampled them and reached a final verdict. This is to ensure that no one will know which dish is made by which contestant.
As one of the judges, I promise to be fair and impartial.
When my meal got interrupted yesterday, I never thought this is how they'd make it up to me. Getting a seat on the judging panel is a pretty sweet deal.
Both contestants have taken their positions. Then, without further ado, let the Hotel de Boer cooking contest commence!
Monica, Traveler, it's go time. Let's do this.
Alphonse! Gaspar! Get to work! Do not disappoint me.
That should be enough flavoring. Now hurry up and balance the flavor. Stay calm, Escoffier. There has to be a way to balance the flavors. Just think.
Come on, Escoffier! Come on, Traveler!
The balance of flavors is about right. But the quantity is too low.
Alphonse! What are you playing at? That's not how I taught you to do it! Stop horsing around and do it again!
Yes, chef!
So, what do you think?
Escoffier is already on the final step of the recipe. Let's check.
I think this flavor profile is still a little bit off.
Enough! Oh, useless! Both of you! Make like an egg and beat it! I'll do it myself!
What are you doing, Escoffier?
You can't match Escoffier's talent.
I present to you Gâteau de Bourg.
I was just exercising caution. I had to make sure everything was perfect.
Time's up! Contestants, please take your dishes to the back.
Huh. That guy was right. You really can't tell whose is whose just by looking at them.
We both made the same dish after all. For all her flaws, Savannah's a talented chef who earned my recommendation for good reason. She wouldn't screw up something as elementary as the cake's appearance.
Whoa! This is really rather good.
Wonderfully soft and fluffy. Beautifully sweet. This is a masterclass in how to make Gâteau de Bourg.
I would give this one at least 9.9 out of 10! Only because there's something about the flavor of the base. It's just a little different from the recipe I'm used to.
Huh? Really? I couldn't tell.
All right, on to Gâteau number 2. I haven't had a single bite and already this aroma is a delight to the senses.
I have a feeling that this gâteau will be a gâteau for the ages.
How exciting! I'm gonna dig in. I think maybe someone got a little carried away when they were adding the sugar.
Not just the sugar, it's the flavors too. This is all over the place. Who made this?
It appears the decision is unanimous. This gâteau is far below the standard we would expect.
Whew! And Paimon thought this might actually be close. Turns out she can't bake to save her life.
Something's not right here. Savannah may not be perfect, but no way is she this sloppy.
I can now declare that the creator of the first gâteau has won this cooking contest. Now, all that remains is to turn the plate over and reveal the chef's name underneath.
What? It's Savannah?
No, that's impossible!
Hey, Savannah! You cheated, didn't you? You cheater! What did you do? Oh, you swapped the plates, didn't you?
Well, someone's a sore loser. These cakes went from the oven to the judge's table without me ever laying a finger on them. And everyone here can attest to that. It was Vanejem's staff who labeled them in the kitchen. If you're looking to accuse someone, why don't you start with them? Isn't it more likely that Escoffier's lost her edge? Oh, or maybe her assistants let the team down.
You take that back!
Judges, we demand a rematch.
That's enough! What's done is done. As head chef, or rather as team lead, I take responsibility for the dish I served. Whatever went wrong and however it happened, I should have spotted it. Savannah, I didn't think you'd stoop this low just to beat me in a bake-off. What happened to your chef's pride?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you want the Codex de Boer that much, you can have it.
Escoffier, no!
But you must promise me that you'll apologize to Firma and compensate him for everything you put him through.
It's a little late to be negotiating terms. The contest is over and I won. That means you owe me the Codex, and I owe you nothing.
Look, Savannah, you may have fooled everyone else, but can you really fool yourself? What I'm offering is to accept defeat without looking to expose what you've done. But only on the condition that you promise to stop putting so much pressure on your staff.
Fine. I'll treat this as your final handover of duties from one head chef to the next. So, will that be all, ex-head chef? Or is there any other unfinished business you'd like to leave in my hands?
I didn't mean that to be a scolding from your former boss, just a word of advice from a fellow chef and a friend. But I don't know if you're even open to input from other people anymore.
I know what I'm doing. I don't need your advice.
All right, fine. I'm glad to hear it.
Escoffier!
The Codex de Boer! Finally. Now, at long last, I will succeed.
Escoffier? How could you let her get away with this?
Yeah! The Codex is a souvenir of your time here! Doesn't that mean anything to you?
It's alright. It was just a bake-off, not the end of the world. I'm already over it. Besides, it's not all bad. She agreed to compensate Firma. That's mission accomplished for the Spina. Honestly, if I'd have known that giving her the Codex would solve everything, I'd have just done that in the first place. I mean, why bother with the whole cooking contest? It's such a waste of time and energy.
No. No! This doesn't make any sense!
Huh?
That's it? No secrets, no nothing? I don't believe it! This can't be happening.
Oh, Chef Savannah!
Savannah?
It's nothing life-threatening. Just a lot of pent-up stress and exhaustion.
Oh, I knew it.
Pent-up stress?
The truth is, however hard she might be on the rest of us, the person she puts the most pressure on is herself.
Yes, there are nights when she makes us redo things over and over into the wee hours. But for her, it's every night. She'll hide herself away in the kitchen, working on new techniques and recipes, and only realize how long she's been at it when we come to work the following morning.
But why? Why would she do that?
Our best guess is, she doesn't want to be seen as less of a chef than Escoffier.
And there it is.
Even so, that's no excuse for taking her anger out on the rest of you.
Yeah, and it's definitely no excuse for cheating in the cooking contest.
Huh, about that, we honestly have no idea how she did it. We were focused on our own work the whole time, like she asked.
Leone and Algalia were the ones I tasked with labeling the cakes. I've already spoken to them both. They're at a loss to explain it too.
Not to worry. Come on, join me downstairs. I'll interrogate the guilty Gateau myself.
Well, how is it? Have you figured out what it was?
Oh, this is aggravated assault on my palate. I'd rather eat wet cement than this.
Is it really that bad? I made sure the taste tested before it was served.
Oh, relax. This isn't your cake. Savannah never switched the plates. The offending flavors are coming from in between the icing and the cake base, which means someone tampered with it while it was being made. Or in other words, we have a traitor in our midst.
I'm sorry. I was forced into it. It was Chef Savannah. She said if I didn't cooperate, she would...
Calm down, Monica. I've already accepted defeat. And if I wanted retribution, I would have brought this up when the results were announced. Whatever's going on with you, just spill the beans. There's no need to hide it.
I was the one who caused the food safety incident that one time.
Food safety? Wait, you mean the Lumaline incident? So you procured the contaminated ingredients?
I think so. Savannah and I were on procurement that day. I didn't check everything as well as I should have, and so I let contaminated ingredients make it into the kitchen. But I swear I didn't do it on purpose. I had no idea there was an issue with them, and I didn't know it would end up with Escoffier going to jail. But the last thing I expected was for Savannah to use it as leverage to blackmail me with...
This is crazy! So Savannah pressured you into sabotaging Escoffier's cake by threatening to expose your secret if you didn't?
I know, it's terrible. I'm so sorry. I was so scared. The thought of Chef Escoffier finding out that I put her in jail, it made me freeze up with fear. I thought Escoffier would hate my guts if she ever found out, and yet somehow that's ended up in me doing something even worse.
Seriously? All this fuss over a little slip-up?
Huh?
Firstly, it's not like I got a life sentence. I did my stint at the fortress, and now I'm out. And secondly, I had my own reasons for leaving the Hotel de Boer. This wasn't the only factor. So, you don't need to feel ashamed or frightened or anything like that. Any more than you need to add butter when you're pan-searing foie gras.
You mean... you forgive me?
Oh, well, I'm not saying you don't have to take responsibility for your mistakes. You should tell Vanagem to mark down your performance for the past few months. Then do some digging and find out exactly where those contaminated ingredients came from. Sure, you've made mistakes, but now's the time to fix them. Understood?
Understood.
Good. Now, back to Savannah. What about the original codex would compel her to resort to blackmail?
I have my suspicions. Not that I've got any proof to back them up, though.
Ugh. What happened to me?
I've overheard some customers murmuring about how the Hotel de Boer hasn't been the same since Escoffier left. They think our menu doesn't taste like it used to, especially our signature items.
Now that you mention it, I noticed it during the contest too. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the flavor seems subtly different from how it used to be. But the difference was so small, I'm sure no one would notice it besides our most loyal customers and true dessert connoisseurs.
Still, as head chef, it's easy to see why Savannah would get so hung up on it. So many times I've seen her make the cake base over and over again, late into the night, determined to match Escoffier's version. But something's always slightly off every time.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Never really gave it much thought, though.
Thinking back on it now, it's clear that Savannah's been in a downward spiral ever since Escoffier left.
She wants to prove that she can fill Escoffier's shoes. That's gotta be the reason. But after countless setbacks, she's getting more and more unhinged. And at some point along the way, she switched from doubting herself to doubting Escoffier.
Doubting Escoffier? For what?
Yeah, it would explain why she was bent on getting the original at any cost. She must have thought Escoffier purposely omitted key details from her recipes when she copied them out. Also, she could retain her place as the #1 chef in Fontaine, the only one privy to all the secrets of the trade.
Oh, for goodness sake. What a stupid idea.
Of course. Then she finally got the codex only to discover that the secret recipes she's been pining for don't exist at all. Seeing how utterly wrong she was must have been a real shock to the system. It probably brought up everything at once. It overwhelmed her, and she passed out.
There's still one thing that doesn't make sense, though. If Savannah had the real recipe all along, how come it tasted different? She might not be on the same level as Escoffier, but surely after like 50 attempts, she'd get it right one of those times.
You'd think so, but geniuses like Escoffier are in a league of their own.
New head chef, you say? What's her name? I don't think I've heard of her before.
I wonder, can the Hotel de Boer keep its edge without Escoffier at the helm?
This tastes different from last time. Is it undercooked or something?
Take this. It's a copy of the Codex de Boer. From now on, you will be its keeper. Don't listen to the doubters. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. Even if you don't believe in yourself, at least believe in me. Hey, did you hear me? Once I'm gone, the restaurant is all yours.
All this time, I've been blaming other people, but maybe I'm the problem.
I sincerely apologize for putting everyone out. Savannah's awake now, but I don't think she's ready to speak to anyone yet. Let's give her the day to calm down. I'm sure you'll have the chance to talk everything out tomorrow.
In that case, I'll go and update Verma and his family. I wonder what he'll make of all this.
So, we'll come back tomorrow then.
That was a long day. I think I've earned myself a sweet treat when I get back home.
Oh, nice! Macarons? Or are you gonna switch it up this time?
Traveler, how much do you know about the snow-winged goose? Every year they migrate long distances in search of a suitable home. There's always one goose at the front whose job is to lead the flock. Fontaine poets often use the image of that goose to explore the ideas about leadership and genius. They usually imagine someone who's a cut above the rest, a model of perfection. But what those poets don't know is that during a migration, the lead goose is always changing. Once the lead goose shows signs of fatigue, it retreats to the back of the flock and allows another goose to take its place. So the truth is that leadership, with all the responsibilities and pressures that come with it, it's something that everyone takes turns at. But we humans completely miss that fact when we project our own ideas about social hierarchies onto them. I guess what I'm saying is, I don't buy into this notion that there's some sort of gulf between normal and genius. Cooking is a science, not magic. Given the same ingredients, same recipe, and same environment, I see no reason why two different people shouldn't be able to create the exact same dish. Of course, some people have a more sensitive palate than others, and some people are just born bolder or more conscientious. But these are all variables that can be accounted for with time and practice. I'd have no reason to expect so much from others if I believed that perfection can only come from the hands of a genius. The only reason I hold people to high standards is because, well, I believe they're capable of greatness. Okay, I've made up my mind. I'm gonna get to the bottom of why Savannah failed. And come tomorrow, I'll give her the scolding of her life, pointing out all the mistakes she's made along the way. Then she'll finally see the error of her ways. Thank you for your words of encouragement. I'm gonna head to the Hotel de Boer and spend the night investigating. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Genius? Calling someone a genius is just another way of saying I'm too lazy to figure out how I need to improve. It's a defeatist attitude and I won't stand for it.
isn't for a while. Check on her? Why? What happened? Oh no. Escoffier, are you alright?
I'm fine. Just need to get some more coffee in me. Huh? What happened to my coffee? Did I really drink it all? Alright. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Well, there's cooking facilities here. Or we could just grab a cup of coffee from Cafe Lutece, but either way, hurry!
Art is the key ingredient in fine dining.
Full throttle!
Hello! What can I get for you? Sure thing. We're here to go. Huh? Oh, I see. First cup of the season. Yeah, I get it. Young people these days do love their little surprises.
Rev the engines! Full throttle!
Coffee. Strong, bitter coffee beans, transformed through expert brewing and balanced perfectly with rich, creamy steam milk. Wonderful. I feel much better now. Thank you so much, Traveler and Paimon.
Glad to hear it, but make sure to catch up on your sleep when you get the chance.
I think I figured out where the problem lies. Honestly, it's ridiculous. I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
Wait, what investigation? What are you guys talking about?
I'll save it for when everyone else gets here. It's so stupidly small, I can't believe it's caused so much drama. Yes, except my failures were stepping stones to success.
Escoffier, have you seen Savannah?
Huh? No, not since yesterday. Why? What's wrong?
After seeing her home yesterday, we were all a little concerned about how she was doing. So, I dropped by her place early this morning to check on her. Only to find an empty house with the doors wide open. I left Alphonse and the others to keep watch at her home, while I checked the Hôtel de Bord. I'm worried something bad might have happened. If she's not here, then where could she be?
Boss, Escoffier, bad news.
Alphonse? You're supposed to be keeping watch at Savannah's house.
We were, but then, just after you left, we found this stuff in her house.
Oh, looks like a map with a bunch of random places circled. What does it mean?
Wait a second. This feels familiar. I'm sure these places are all connected somehow. Of course, from the Codex. They're all places that Modeste explored on his adventures. Yeah, but I don't understand. The adventure logs in the Codex are too fragmented to be of any use. How come this map shows all the missing details?
The Codex de Bord? Then, this place marked in red out at sea. Could that be the fabled birthplace of Gâteau de Bord?
Seriously? So now she set her sights on finding the original recipe and beating Escoffier that way? Geez, Savannah. Anything to overcome a Gâteau plateau, huh?
Ugh, idiot! Does she have a death wish? Those ruins are thousands of years old.
Hold on, there's more. Besides the map, we also found these letters.
It was you. You let the Lumaline through, didn't you? It sounds like a threat letter. Does this mean that Savannah was responsible for the safety incident? And not Monica after all?
Retrieve the Codex by any means necessary. So the cooking contest and the cheating. Someone else was behind her pulling the string?
She's keeping the true recipe to herself.
Ugh, this is all such a mess. First, we thought that Savannah...
You're finally here. Of course. I should have put 2 and 2 together as soon as I read your threat letter. The food safety incident, the demand for a cooking contest, the instruction to blackmail Monica, even the suggestion that Escoffier was keeping secrets from me. It was all part of your grand plan, wasn't it, Monica?
We should be getting close to the spot marked on the map.
Of all the stupid things she's done, this really takes the cake. The moment we find her, I'm gonna curse the living daylights out of her.
God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
It's time to pull the trigger.
Whoa, this place looks like an underwater restaurant, doesn't it? Suddenly, the idea of an adventure chef finding secret ingredients makes a whole lot more sense.
I think Modest's codex mentioned this place. A public bath from the time of Remoria. So yeah, definitely the kind of place that would have served food and drinks.
Huh? Some blubber beasts have come to join the party? How did they get here? Aw, they ran off!
That could be easier said than done. Something's blocking the entrance.
Well, did Modeste mention it in his adventure logs by any chance? They must have gotten through some...
Good point. Yes, that's right. It's coming back to me now.
We prepared a banquet for our shy little guests, and as the food flowed away on the current, they broke into a joyous chorus, and the path opened to us.
We have to feed the... See, this is why you should always bring snacks.
There is no time for that. Romaritime flowers and Lumitoile will have to do. They may not look appetizing to us, but who knows? They could be Blubber Beast delicacies.
Wait, we're serious?
Yeah! Ja! Ja! Yeah!
breather! Huh.
Blubber beasts or not, are we sure this stuff is edible?
Trust me, they'll love it.
Oh, good question. If we try to put them in the pool, we'll probably just scare them off again, and who knows how long they'll be gone.
Yes, we can't afford to wait for them to double back. Oh, what was it that Modeste said again? Something about the food flowing away on the current.
Hey, be careful! Scare them off too much and they might not come back again. Wow, it's really singing! It must taste better than Paimon thought!
Yeah! The tracks turn... Hey, it's open!
Hey, give me your water.
Here.
I said your water, the one you just drank out of?
Sure.
All those years slaving away under Escoffier, and then you. Today, it's finally paying off. Not only have I found the ruin that Savelli kept hidden, but I also get to boss you around like my little lapdog. Hey, go scout ahead for me. If we need to do any more blast tunneling, I want to know where to lay the explosives. Did you not hear me? Get going.
Why don't you do it yourself?
Oh, when did you learn to fight back? You're always so compliant when I give you instructions by letter.
That's because you threatened to expose me for the Lumiline incident. I swear, if I'd known what you were planning, I'd never have...
Ha! Don't be so self-righteous. Admit it, you've always been jealous of Escoffier. That's why you lapped up everything I told you. You were terrified of her finding out about your part in the Lumiline incident, and you resented the way her reputation hung over you. So you jumped at the chance to convince yourself that she was the villain, that she deliberately hid her secret recipes from you just to hold you back. It was the only excuse you needed to justify getting back at her. First, idolization, then jealousy, suspicion, and self-deception. That's what this comes down to. It was the same story with Savelli and my ancestor. He offered Modeste his friendship only to murder him out of vanity. He promised to explore the world with him, only to later destroy all records of their adventures. It's a miracle I even found this place. You have no idea the countless hours I spent piecing it all together. So you see, you're no better than Savelli. If you can't beat him, betray him, right?
I am no Savelli, nor will I ever be.
Oh, put a lid on it. You really think you can absolve yourself of your vindictive and jealous behavior now? Just because you finally realized that Escoffier never kept any secrets from you? You didn't show any remorse when she left, or in the cooking contest. Why start now? You have no right to redemption.
You're right. I don't deserve her forgiveness. But I am done being bullied into submission by you!
Ooh, feisty. But you should watch your tone. Talking to me like that could get you in big trouble.
I somehow doubt that. Since I poisoned both our water bottles.
What?
Ever since I learned the truth, I've been biding my time, waiting for this moment. You've played me like a fiddle for so long, and now this is payback!
But you drank it too!
It's what we both deserve. This is the price we must pay for betraying Escoffier. You'll die here with me, Monica!
You.
What's so funny?
Oh, you're too much. I thought I'd play along for a bit just to amuse myself. You gave a very rousing performance. I saw your dumb plan a mile off. There's no poison in these bottles, just clean, fresh water.
No.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, you know? Did you really think your half-baked plot would fool me? You're a lousy chef, and you make a lousy villain, too. A complete waste of space. No wonder you never amounted to anything.
Everything I ever did was a failure. And now, I failed again. For the last time.
Hey, why don't you try your hand at being a comedian in your next life? You got a good laugh out of me. But now the show's over. You should have just done like I asked, Savannah. All I wanted you to do was scout the ruins for me. But you had your chance, and now it's time to say goodbye.
Stop right there!
Let her go, Monica! We've got you surrounded!
Escoffier?
Ugh, looks like I'll have to keep you around for a little longer.
You can't!
Stay back if you want her alive! Escoffier and the Traveler. I can't take you both on in combat, but if you so much as flinch, I can end Savannah's life in a heartbeat.
Monica, what are you hoping to achieve by this? You're about to commit murder, and for what? A recipe?
A recipe? You chefs are all blinded by your myopic focus on kitchen affairs. Well, Some of us actually have bigger fish to fry. Modeste had a secret. The truth behind his so-called genius, the je ne sais quoi factor in his Gâteau de Bourg, and it's right here in these ruins.
Are you serious? You're here because of a Gâteau de Bourg obsession? You've gone completely mad!
I couldn't care less about the cake itself. No, the real treasure is the secret ingredient that Modeste sourced from these ruins. He and Savelli were fools. A priceless treasure of Remoria in the palms of their hands, and they thought, ooh, this would go great in our cake mix. We're talking about a powerful stimulant that also sharpens the senses. That's no cooking ingredient. It's a groundbreaking drug. That's right, I've done my research. It was a drug that Remoria developed for their war machine. I could make a killing by selling it to the treasure hoarders or the Fatui.
Will you listen to yourself? You're completely delusional.
My eyes are wide open. Just wait till I get my hands on this treasure. You'll see what a fool you've been.
Wait, what's that sound?
Just when I thought she couldn't get any crazier. She's lucky the whole place didn't collapse.
Uh-oh, Savannah's gone too!
Monica must have taken her. Oh, what a coward. She's only taken her hostage because she knows that she's no match for you.
That's true. Even if she...
Oh, well, our path's been blocked, so let's look for another route. The water looks pretty deep here. Maybe it leads somewhere. They were probably awakened by the explosion just now. Alright, Night Skills 101. Time for some rough chopping.
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
Another door? Guess we need to prepare another feast for our guests. It seems to really like the texture of Rome maritime flowers. Off to the freezer! Yeah! Yeah!
Yoo-hoo! Let the world collide!
Suffer the wrath of Eatsley! Get to work! Show no mercy!
Do your master's bidding! Manifest! A burst of flavor! I never knew you could process Lumitol like that. Alright, I've got to jot this down. Limitols and maritime flowers. This could open the door to a whole new world.
Yep, that's literally the plan. Wait, hold on. Which door are you talking about?
That's strange. These don't look Grimoirian to me. More like last century Fontaine.
Adventurers from last century Fontaine, huh? Oh, Modeste and Savelli, do you think they camped here?
By the looks of it, this was a one-person camp. They adventured together, but maybe one of them came back alone at a later date. Huh, you really think so?
Trust our adventurers' instincts. We're pros at this stuff, just like you're a pro in the kitchen. Okay, well, the Traveler has more adventuring experience overall, but Paimon's death... Darn it! Paimon was just about to show...
Huh, no kidding. Are all adventurers so obsessed with journaling? I mean, I guess I take a lot of notes when I'm cooking as well, but I thought that was just me.
Anyway, let's find out who was here.
It's been years since I've last visited these ruins. It's exactly the way I remember it. This place probably hasn't changed in millennia. Sadly, up above, on dry land, everything has changed. The treasure of Remoria. That's what we used to call it. Modeste was right about its potential. It turned Gateau de Bourg into a national sensation. Our limited stock of the substance meant that the Gateau could only be produced on a small scale. But this only drove up the popularity all the more. Modeste was right about that too. He predicted all of it. He was praised as a genius, while I, as the one person who'd ever disagreed with him, was labeled a talentless fool. Modeste tried his best to console me, but I knew better than anyone just how great the gulf was between us. Our conversations grew scarce, and we saw less and less of each other. I didn't fight it. He had new friends and a career of his own. Why invite further disdain by inserting myself where I did not belong? I told myself that maybe one day, when I finally created a masterpiece of my own, I'd be able to face him without shame. Or maybe one day, when I've put these feelings of self-loathing behind me, I'd be able to ask him with a smile on my face, how about we go on one more adventure, for old time's sake? Unfortunately, that day will never come.
So it was Savelli. From the sounds of it, he came back after Modeste had already died.
I always thought it was just a legend. But if it's true, then this must be the place where they found their secret ingredient, the birthplace of Gateau de Boer.
In that case, what does that say about the death of Modeste? If it's all true, maybe Savelli really did have something to do with it.
The taste of Gateau de Boer has changed. Modeste was convinced of this, even though everyone swore they couldn't tell. Being the perfectionist that he was, he refused to accept even the slightest flaw in his work. He stopped all sales of the product, locked himself away in the kitchen, and worked day and night, vowing to find out where he had gone wrong. But as he baked and taste tested over and over again, he found he only strayed further and further from the original taste. It was only when he was sipping on coffee one day and realized he could not taste the bitterness that the truth finally dawned on him. What had changed was not the Gateau, but his sense of taste. The treasure of Remoria stimulates the senses, taste included, and invigorates the spirit. In the short term, it offers people the ultimate gourmet experience, but in the long term, it dulls their senses entirely. In hindsight, it made perfect sense. After all, why would a culture that sought liberation from the constraints of their bodies care for the loss of their senses? But we realized it too late. We were just too late. Over the course of his many culinary experiments, Modeste exhausted the remaining supply of the treasure of Remoria. He consumed it all himself. The finest culinary talent of his generation now faced a future in which he would never be able to taste anything ever again. Finally, in despair, he took his own life. And because we had become estranged, I could not be there to stop him, to offer some words of comfort, or even to say goodbye. Yet despite everything, he sent me his final letter.
The treasure of Remoria? Guess Monica was really onto something. It really was a kind of drug.
So, Modeste chose to end his own life. Then, why all the rumors that Savelli murdered him? Also, neither the Codex nor any other contemporary records make any mention of the treasure of Remoria. It's almost as if someone deliberately erased it from history.
Modeste told me everything in his final letter. His was a tale of how even a genius could fail, and how much more devastating it is when it happens. Did he hope I would gain some personal catharsis from knowing the truth? Or maybe he wished for me to warn the public about the dangers of Gateau de Boer, proving that I had been right all along. But if the public ever learned how Modeste's greatest triumph became his undoing, his fall from grace would be swift and merciless. 1 minute a genius, the next a joke. It would surely spell the end for his restaurant too. What would be his legacy then? How would future generations view everything we built together? I fear the scorn I have faced these last years would pale in comparison to the scorn shown to him by the history books. I cannot let that come to pass. I will do what I must to protect his name. It will mean tampering with his notes to remove the damning details, leaving mere fragments of our story behind. It may lead his family to suspect me of having a hand in his demise. But if that's the price of destroying all evidence of my crimes, then so be it. I would rather the world believe a tale of genius and jealousy than see his reputation in tatters. The final loose end is the evidence here, at the bottom of the sea.
What's wrong? Didn't we say Savannah should be safe for now?
So we thought, but if Monica finds out what happened to the treasure, there's no telling what she might do.
The treasure of Remoria. I have found you at last. Savelli, you tried your best to bury the truth, but you underestimated the children of Modeste. Some fragments of his diary escaped your clutches, and we have held on to them for generations. But I have to thank you too, Savannah. Without your help retrieving the codex, and with it the last piece of the puzzle, I may never have found this place. But now, finally, the secret to Remoria's military might is within my grasp. The treasure of Remoria is mine! Oh. It's empty. It's empty?
Monica? Oh, we were seconds too late.
Escoffier? What's the deal with that jar?
Savelli's final act! He wanted to conceal the secret of the treasure forevermore and make sure it would never harm anyone again. So he came here after his friend's death and destroyed every last shred that remained.
This can't be happening. All the years I spent piecing together the truth. All my painstaking planning. All that for an empty jar?
Monica, don't do anything stupid. This ruin is more dangerous than you realize.
Oh, shut your pie hole!
Praise be to Lord Remus. You barbarian shall be slain.
She's a nutcase! A liability to herself and everyone else. Well, now it's up to us to clean up the mess she's made. Take these golems out! Time to end! Obey! Cryo Incarnate!
Why is this place still shaking? Either way, it's all her fault. Enough chit-chat. Let's get out of here, Traveler Escoffier, come on!
Okay, I'm coming. Huh?
Oh, no you don't. If I can't get what I want, neither will any of you. I've got nothing to show for my life's work so far. But if I can take another so-called genius down with me in my final moment, then it was all worth it.
You're a psycho!
Savannah? Oh, when did you wake up?
I may be a lousy chef, but it looks like I'm not a complete waste of space.
Traveler? Okay, let's go!
Escoffier! Savannah!
Traveler! And Paimon!
Venejem! What are you all doing here?
What did you expect us to do? Stay at the restaurant and sit on our merry derrieres while the Traveler and Escoffier were out here risking their lives?
We had to do something, even though that something ended up being, well, waiting for you here instead.
I don't deserve any of you. And I certainly don't deserve to be your head chef. It was my fault Escoffier had to leave. Then I couldn't live up to her standards. I acted like a tyrant in the kitchen. And now I almost got myself killed. Come back, Escoffier. Come and be our head chef again. I'll never be able to replace you.
Okay, so everything I said to you the day I left, it just went in one ear and out the other?
Huh? Sorry, I was kinda in my own head at the time. All I could think about was the Lumiline situation. What was it you said again?
Forget it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I didn't leave this job because of you. And you're not nearly as awful a chef as you think. If you were that bad, why would all your staff show up here for you?
Escoffier's right. Sure, you nitpick our work and get us to do things over a lot. But when it comes down to it, you're the one who's always doing whatever it takes to make sure the customers get served on time, every time.
Things were pretty rough after Escoffier left, and Savannah's the only reason we've been able to make it through.
Our customers know that Escoffier doesn't work for us anymore. But the fact is, they keep coming back. If that's not an endorsement of your work, I don't know what is. At the end of the day, we're all human, and we all make mistakes. All we can do is recognize where we get it wrong and do our best to improve. That's all that's humanly possible.
No, I get what you're saying, but what I did to Firmont and to Escoffier, it's unforgivable.
Well, about that, there's someone else here to see you, Chef.
It's been a while, Chef Savannah.
Firmont? I'm so sorry. I put far too much pressure on you. And the way I stubbornly refused to go and see you after you fell ill. There's no excuse. But I'm too late, aren't I? The damage is done. I heard that you can't even hold a kitchen knife anymore.
Actually, I think I'm going to be just fine.
Huh?
We thought Firmin's problem was purely psychological in nature. But after the threat letter came to light, it got Firmin thinking. And then he remembered the tea that Monica used to give him every night. And as it turns out, she was lacing it with Lumiline the whole time.
No way! Doesn't that cause nerve damage?
It can. High doses pose a risk of serious nervous and sensory complications. But if you calculate the dosage carefully, you can control the extent of its effects. A small dose might simply make a person more emotional, whether that means more fragile or more hot-tempered.
No wonder it seemed like you'd lost your edge.
I asked my friends at the Fontaine Research Institute about it. They said that with the low dose I was taking, the risks are pretty small. They also fixed me up with some meds and said I should recover in no time. Well, that's what happens when you give someone a little bit of hope to cling on to.
There's more. We believe that Firmin was likely not Monica's only victim.
You mean she poisoned me too?
Oh, so that's why Savannah's been so irritable this whole time!
Let's not be too quick to blame everything on the Lumiline.
That stuff can only amplify what's already there. So tasty food will seem like the most delicious thing in the world, while food you don't particularly care for will become utterly revolting. So you better make sure you reflect on your behavior and apologize to every single person you've wronged.
I will. I'm sorry. There's still one question that's really bugging me. Why is it that no matter what I do, my Gâteau de Bourg never tastes the same as yours? Is it just... I mean, is it because you're a genius and I'm not?
It's because the heating element in your oven is broken, you silly goose.
What?
I felt like something was off during the cooking contest. Once I got around to checking all the equipment, I noticed it right away. There was a half-degree discrepancy between the temperature setting and the actual temperature. All the ovens in the whole kitchen had the same problem, which confused me at the time, but by this point, it's pretty obvious that Monica must have tampered with them. I would have figured it out the day of the bake-off, since the issue affected both our teams. But of course, Monica sabotaged mine so that could never happen.
No. I spent so long trying to find out where I was going wrong, and then you pinpoint the problem in just one night? It all comes back to one simple, undeniable truth. You're a genius, and I'm just plain old Savannah.
Oh, cut it out! Stop the woe is me act for a second and just think. I came up with this recipe. You don't think that might have something to do with it? Do you know how long I spent perfecting my Gâteau de Bourg? 3 years! 3 whole years! I know this dish inside out, back to front and upside down. And you've been head chef now for what, 6 months? If that? A couple hundred failed attempts, and you're gonna throw in the kitchen towel and declare you'll never be successful because you're not a genius. You clearly have no idea how many kitchen failures I've had under my belt, or just how long it took me to finally get my recipe to a level I was satisfied with. Genius or not, everyone makes mistakes. Modeste did, Savelli did, everyone does. You're only a lousy chef if you don't face up to your mistakes, learn from them, and then keep chipping away until you crack the problem once and for all. Surely you haven't forgotten all that. You were no lousy chef back when I handed you the reins.
I haven't forgotten. And I'll make sure I never do.
That's our head chef.
Haha! Sounds like we won't need another changing of the guard in the Hotel de Bord kitchen anytime soon. Huzzah!
Aw, what a perfect ending to a crazy journey. Look how happy everyone is.
So you got your mojo back now?
Yeah. Thanks to you, Escoffier. In fact, no. Thanks to all of you.
Aw, friends again.
Good. So now that's out of the way. It's time for payback. You cheated in our last bake-off, and I demand a rematch right now.
Huh? But that was mostly Monica's fault, wasn't it?
Right. And also, does it have to be right now? Savannah's only just got her mojo back, and you barely escaped from a death trap.
No excuses. This is a cooking contest between 2 top chefs, and nothing will stand in its way. So grab your spatula and get ready, because this rematch is happening today, right now, this instant.
Hey, so, this whole time you were salty about losing?
The second cooking contest commences now!
This time, no more games, and no holding back!
I feel like I don't have the right to be here.
Hey, what are you so afraid of? You can't unbake it now. And if you don't serve it, then good or bad, you'll never find out how to improve. If you're too scared to fail, you'll never know what real success tastes like. So?
Embrace your failure. Taste it. Digest it. That's the way to success.
I don't know. Sounds like it's easier said than done.
I'll do it.
The results are in! A landslide victory for Escoffier!
Quite rightly, too. Piece of cake.
Oh yeah, look at that! Savannah looks pretty chipper too.
Now, where were we? Yes. Do you have any more questions for me after everything that's happened? I thought Navia would have filled you in. And actually, I said all this to Savannah before I left. Although, as we saw, I don't think any of it sank in. I had 2 reasons for leaving. One was the food safety incident, of course, but the other was that the Hotel de Boer had reached a point where it didn't need me anymore. So I decided to step down and look for new opportunities to improve myself.
Improve how?
Well, a while back, I got to know a fellow chef from Liyue, and in her, I saw so many new possibilities. She has that same adventurous spirit that Modeste and Sibeli had in their youth. Slime mucus, lizard tails. With her, nothing's off the table. There's a whole world of new flavors out there waiting to be explored, hiding away in ingredients we overlook. Case in point, remember those Romaritime flowers down in the ruins? I used them in the cooking contest just now. Did you taste the difference?
What? Paimon didn't notice at all!
Half of the art of cooking is dissecting the recipes of previous chefs and figuring out the exact constellation of elements that gave their work its signature taste. And the other half, it lies in freeing yourself from the confines of the kitchen. You've got to go out and explore the endless possibilities out there.
Uh-oh. Paimon's suddenly not sure she wants to try your... Hey!
Don't worry, it's not going to be a free-for-all like in Modeste's time. Before I put anything into my food, I'll obviously do my research, make sure it doesn't contain any harmful substances. In the meantime, take this. It's a recipe for pt02 de Boer revised version. I tweaked it to suit your needs as busy adventurers. Hope you enjoy, and remember, feedback is always welcome.
All right! So, do you ever see yourself returning to Hotel de Boer?
Oh, of course. I've already promised Vanishem that I'll come back every once in a while to make sure the quality of the food remains at an acceptable level.
You know, Paimon's still a little Surely Monica, she practically dedicated her life.
Since you mentioned the treasure, between Modeste's writings and what we saw in those ruins, I think I may have figured out the truth. The so-called Treasure of Remoria was most likely a substance that the Remorians extracted from Lumitoiles, better known to us as Lumiline.
Huh? So then, why all the hype back in the early days of Gâteau de Boer?
Don't forget, it was a very different era. We could barely even refine sugar back then, so desserts were very much in their infancy. In a world of bland food, it's no wonder that the first thing to really excite people's taste buds took the world by storm. And as for the Lumiline, it may well have been somewhat valuable in ancient times. But these days, it's just another drug from the Fontaine Research Institute. Even if Sibeli hadn't destroyed it all, I doubt it would be worth that much these days.
So after all that, there was nothing in those ruins but worthless junk. Feels strange to say it, but Paimon almost feels sorry for Monica. She sacrificed it all only to get nothing in return.
Hey! Huh? Navia? You just got back from that underwater ruin, right? Well, check it out. They ran a special issue. Did you see anything like this down there? Freshly unearthed from the ruins of Rumoria. A magnificent jar thought to be over 1,000 years old. Experts say it has immense artistic and historical value. It could be worth an absolute fortune.
Wait, isn't that the jar they used to hold the treasure?
If only it was still in one piece. Some butterfingers must have dropped it or something. It's such a shame.
Ah, I forgot I was muted. Okay, so I was just checking my pity, which I am unable to show on stream, but I figured I would just check it. I'm at 45 pity, so I need to do 5 more single pools to get back on track to be at an even 10. So 50 in this case. I did get Aoife as my latest 4-star. So, hooray, I finally got one of the new units. Unfortunately, I just can't show my pool history, but I got a crap ton of Laylas. And Aurorons. And yeah, Tignaria was my last 5-star, right at 45. Okay, so yeah, I'm right at 45 pity right now. And we can see what my Auroran is at Constellations right now, so he's almost C6. My Layla got to C6 from this banner, just with the lack of Aoifes. Thankfully, I didn't get that many weapons from the character banner, so that was nice. But I was surprised to see just how many Constellations I got from my Auroran and Laylas. Okay, which is the one for co-op here? Nearby party members who are not... Yeah, okay, so this is the co-op one. So I think I was at C1 prior to pulling on this banner for Layla, and now she's C6. But I only got one Aoife. And what's crazy is, I've seen a YouTube video, actually, one of the ones I was watching prior to streaming, and kind of... Like, it was one that I finished up while I started streaming today. It was a video by a YouTuber named Xslice or something like that. I think it's Xlice or Xslice. I forget how do you say it or how it's spelled. But it was a video of him doing a bunch of viewer summons, viewer wishes, whatever you want to call it. And he lost the 50-50 for his viewers, not like for one person, but just for his viewers and possibly for him as well, 15 times on this Escoffier banner. And then when he pulled for Aoife himself, not only was he losing 50-50s left and right for his viewers, but he also lost it for himself. His wife pulled for him during the video as like just as a little fun little thing because she hadn't pulled for him or pulled for anyone in a while, let alone played a gacha game in a while or something. So she was in on it, and she lost the 50-50s on the weapons as well. It was crazy. But when he pulled for Aoife, he hadn't gotten Aoife the whole time that he was losing all those 50-50s on the character banner and weapon banners and stuff like that. So I don't think you can get Aoife from the weapon banner currently. I think you have to wait until this phase is done or this update is done, and then he'll be added to the standard pool in like 5.7. I could be wrong. Maybe the second phase he'll be added, but I'm pretty sure it's like you have to wait an entire update before they get added to the standard pool. So it's not like he could have gotten Aoife from the weapon banner, but the fact that when he pulled for Aoife on the character banner, he got a C1 Escoffier. Before he got an Aoife, it was crazy, and he spent a lot of money to get Aoife, and then here I am going through pretty much a similar thing. In my case, I haven't even gotten a copy of Escoffier, but I almost got to the point where I was debating whether or not I was even going to be able to get. Not debating. I was starting to. What's the word I'm looking for? Like lose confidence in the fact that I might not, or come to terms with the fact that I might not get an Aoife this entire banner, while still pulling for Escoffier because I still have, so many pulls. But like I said, I'm at 45 pity, and I finally did get the Aoife. So cool, I guess. So I think I'm going to. I don't think I'll end the stream. But just in case I'm getting close to the point of I might not want to continue for much longer, I'm gonna get this single pull out of the way during the stream. So here we go. It's now 46. Oh, I got a 4-star. Yeah, that's my fucking life right there. Yeah, not a not a constellation on Aoife or Aurora or even a duplicate Layla now that she's a C6. No, I get the weapon. After I just got done saying, thankfully I haven't got that many weapons this banner phase. Look what happened. Shooting myself in the foot with that one. Talk about jinxing it. So I can't even get Star Glitter to do another single pull. That's so sad. Alright, well, I'm at 46 pity. So that means I have 44 pulls left as a possible maximum amount of pulls needed. It's more than likely around 34. But again, my luck with pulling during that land's arc, I don't know what you want to call it. I'm not going to say, or 5.x or whatever. During the 5.x phases, the Natland arc, my luck has just been terrible, and I wouldn't doubt that maybe they have manipulated the rates or something behind the scenes. I know, it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but it's happened too many times for me to think that this isn't some sort of gotcha, I guess, by Hoyoverse. Say what you will, maybe you've had great luck. I've seen some people have great luck still. So, I mean, it could just really be that I have terrible RNG, or maybe because they're YouTubers or something that maybe they're sponsored, or I don't know. I doubt that Hoyoverse would be like, here, we're going to up the rates for this one guy, but it would be kind of crazy, I'm just saying. Like, hey, this guy does a lot of Genshin content. We should We should help him out. Let's increase the rates on his account. What's his UID? Okay, let's go ahead and increase the rates on his account. That way, when he makes his video, he could be like, "Holy shit, guys, look what happened!" And then everybody will think that, "Oh, that could be me. Let me spend money." Cha-ching! All right, let me pull. Oh, I got a chi-chi. I got a chi-chi. Anyways, so it wouldn't surprise me if that was going on behind the scenes. But do I really think that Hoyoverse is manipulating the rates? For my account, yeah. No, all jokes aside, in all seriousness, I don't think that they're manipulating the rates any more than it already is manipulated. So, yeah, not much more to say there. I'm going to go ahead and take a break here. I just need to use the restroom, and then when I get back, I may keep playing. I may end up starting the World Quest, because I'll get a intertwined fate from that. Yeah, I'll get a free pull from doing the World Quest, so looking forward to that. How come I can't look at the reward? There we go. It's like, why isn't it letting me? Anyway, so yeah, one free intertwined fate from that. And then the World Quest itself is going to be probably like another 60 Prima Gems. Let me check. Oh, it's not going to say it right here. So I don't know how much of a reward it will be. Maybe I should just start the event content instead. At least I could guarantee... Well, this might be a bigger event, so I think it's going to be bigger than 420 pools. Or more than 400... Oh my god, I said pools. Primos. I think this one could be one of the bigger events that gives you like 1,000 or so Prima Gems. In which case, maybe I should just do this right away and kind of get it started so that I can start or continue my single pools sooner rather than later. And then hopefully get an early Escoffier. Who knows? But yeah, just from an average number or an average count, I think I just need to hit at least 34 more pulls. If I can do that and get Escoffier at around or under 80 pity, I think I'll be good. If it has to go past 80, I'm not sure that I will be able to get Escoffier without spending more money. And that really sucks, because I really want Escoffier, but I also really want to save my money so that I can spend it on Skirk, because I do plan on pulling for the Chronicle banner and Skirk and all that. And the Chronicle banner is going to be before Skirk, so yeah, that's going to suck. But I really, really want Yaemiko's weapon. I've been wanting it for a long time, and unfortunately, they are probably never going to rerun her again, so Chronicle Banner is my only hope. And for anyone wondering, if I get Kokomi's donut hole, I am not going to be upset about it. I probably would prefer it over Prototype Amber, if I'm being honest. I like Prototype Amber, but I feel like Kokomi's weapon on her would be so much more helpful. I was just using Kokomi in the Imaginarium Theater, and it was rough. I ended up, instead of using her as kind of like a main DPS or on-fielder, I ended up just using her to trigger Frozens, and that was it. And honestly, Nilou was better at that than Kokomi was, just because Nilou's water ring can follow you around. So that was tough. But, yeah. Anyways, lots to look forward to. I'm going to take a break. I don't know how long it'll be, but if you see me moving around, if you're watching this on YouTube and you're skipping ahead, just wait until you see me moving stuff around or possibly moving my characters around, and that's where you can stop the video or continue the video. Alright, taking my break now.
warmed up. Hey, there's a newsstand over there. Want to grab a copy of the Steam? We know our Fontinian friends love a little drama. Isn't that Charlotte?
How about... Lost treasure resurfaces at last. Behold the beauty of the Remurian teacup.
Great. So Charlotte's voice actor is part of the quote strike unquote. That's disappointing. Charlotte, I don't know who you are for your English VA. I have no idea if you are one of those people posting on Twitter a bunch of bullshit about why the strike is important at this point. But yeah, go fuck yourself. After this dialogue check is done, I'm switching to Japanese.
Pretty shocking. But it still feels like it's missing something. Ah, got it. Udex gravely wounded in shocking stabbing. Set to miss cross-border smuggling trial.
Huh? What? Did Paimon hear that right? Nivelet? No, surely that can't be right.
Hey there, you two. Fancy running into you here.
Yeah, that. What the heck was... trading?
Yeah. Charlotte and I were having a little contest to see who could find the most ridiculous fake news stories. Either I got lucky, or I have a knack for honing in on the most outrageous material. If I had to quantify it, I'd say about 1% of what they write is the truth.
Huh? Him? Lenient? Ugh, you gotta be kidding! Ah!
Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to give credit to these so-called news stories for occasionally including a grain of truth. All I'm saying is, even the wildest leaps of the human imagination are always rooted in reality.
You mean, all those fake headlines you mentioned actually...
Sure they do. For instance, there was in fact a smuggling trial recently. Considering the amount of speculation surrounding the smuggled goods, it's no wonder there are rumors about restaurants serving saurian meat or teacups being unearthed from ancient ruins. But in reality, the goods in question were simply a few ancient relics dug up from ruins in Natlan. Rest assured, no saurians were harmed in the process.
Oh, okay!
It was a pretty open and shut case, and my testimony in court was clear enough. But I'm guessing, Mademoiselle Charlotte, that you're less interested in the case than you are in trying to uncover some news stories about Natlan. I appreciate your...
Kaniche the speechless! Kaniche the tongue-tied!
Yeah, I'm just gonna skip all of it. I'm so sick of this shit. This just got ruined for me. Fucking voice actors refusing to work because of fake bullshit about, oh, AI protections, this, and that.
Oh,
like,
that thing.
If that's all it was, I wouldn't be so pissed off about it. But the fact of the matter is, that's not all that the strike is about. if at all. They just use that as a baseline to try to get people on their side and worried about the voice actors and stuff like that. It's pretty much not about the whole AI protections. It's all about the whole SAG-AFTRA union and getting voice actors to join the union. Paimon's VA herself admitted in an interview that she was forced into SAG-AFTRA. She didn't join it willy-nilly. She was forced into it. And it's bullshit. Like, this is a fucking Chinese-run company. They don't need to bow down to the whims of some American union. There have been Chinese companies that have worked with Chinese or American unions in the past, but that doesn't mean that they have to. They can do whatever the fuck they want. If you don't want to work for them, then stop working for them. No one's forcing you to work for them. But don't try to fucking hold them to some sort of standard that they may not even care about. Just, if you don't want to fucking voice act for the characters in Genshin Impact, then stop. And then at least allow them to hire new voice actors. Don't try to sit there and say like, oh, you know, I'm doing this for the good of voice actors and stuff. You're just trying to make more money at the end of the day. And you know what? That's fine. Get your bag, but you're ruining it for the rest of us. I can't even talk. It's bullshit. I'm a consumer at the end of the day. I'm not sitting here worried about voice actors and what they're doing. If the game tomorrow, if Hoyoverse tomorrow said, listen, there's not going to be any more voice acting in my game, I probably won't play it as much, if at all. That's really all there is to it. A lot of games these days have voice acting, and I've been spoiled by that. So if the game doesn't have voice acting, and it's not like some old school game that I've played in the past or something, like Chrono Trigger or something like that, then I'm already going to expect voice acting from the game when I pick it up and start playing it. If it doesn't have it, I may not want to play it. And again, I'm talking about newer games, like more recent games. So if you're coming out with like some kind of retro game or whatever, and you know, obviously there's not going to be voice acting, that's fine. I'm not going to hate on that. I usually don't go for retro games anymore, but that's not to say that I would hate them or hate on them or something. But if a game like Genshin Impact just stopped doing voice acted scenes, honestly, I think I would be finished with that game. I would just be like, you know what? I don't want to spend money on this game anymore. But that's not the case. They do want their cutscenes and their important stuff to be voice acted. It's just the voice actors are ruining it for everybody else. The consumer, the company itself, and future voice actors, really. Anyway, that's my little TED Talk. I'm sorry that you had to listen to me going on that little rant there. I'm pretty pissed off about this whole thing, and I'm just sick of it. And as much as I would like to let everything play out for like the cutscenes of the event and stuff like that, I think at this point I'm just gonna skip dialogue for everything. And then when I start playing the world quest, I don't know if I'll do that on this stream, but once I start streaming the world quest for 5.6 gameplay in the future, I'm just going to keep it on Japanese. And I'll let it play out, but I'm just going to keep it on Japanese. I'm not even going to test whether or not the English voice acting exists or not. Excuse me. Because just by me seeing that Charlotte wasn't voice acted for this event, but Kenichi was, and good on Kenichi's new voice actor. Get your bag. Don't listen to what these other voice actors are telling you and saying about, what was it, there's a new, like, derogatory term or something that people are saying about, oh, scabs. It's called a scab, yeah. If someone's gonna call this guy a scab for taking a role that maybe he's always wanted or that he's really happy to get, because maybe that's something that he's been striving to do, is get a lead role or a good role in a large game or large project, I'm not gonna hate on the guy for taking that role when the other guy refused to work. The previous Kanish voice actor did voice-acted lines for one patch. For one update. It was 5.0. And then the SAG-AFTRA strike, he decided, oh, I'm going to stand in solidarity, I think it was, with the people, with the voice actors that are fighting for AI protections. But he himself was not part of any union. He's not part of the SAG-AFTRA thing. He's just his own guy. He didn't have to do that. He could have just kept working. He showed up for work essentially for one day and then went AWOL for 6 months and expected that he'd be able to just come back and do his job again. No, that's not how the fucking world works. I'm not sorry for you. You deserve to be fired or let go or replaced, whatever you want to call it. Fuck you. And I'm glad that the new Kenichi voice actor took the role. Good for him. Anyway, yeah, I'm done. It's late, and that Escoffier quest was a little bit longer than I thought it would be, but... okay, it's been 3 hours of streaming, so let me just go straight to the events and see how many more Primo Gems I can get before I get sleepy. Muting myself now. If you're still here, enjoy the rest of the stream, video, and misery. And that's just a weird thing that I've started saying, by the way. I'm not actually miserable, it's just that I always have terrible luck in RNG-based mechanics, whether it be gacha, grinding for anything, or farming for anything. Yeah, I always have really bad luck when it comes to RNG. So I have started saying enjoy my misery, because that shit makes me miserable. No, on the real, I don't really care. It's just a game. But man, it would be nice if I could just, I don't know, farm artifacts, and on the 10th artifact that I get, it's at least a decent roll. That would be awesome, right? Yeah, but no, it's just a saying that I'm starting to say. Enjoy my misery. So, enjoy. Muting myself now.
数日どころか一晩あれば十分ですよ。これぐらいで感心していただけるとは。いやいや、勝手に舞い上がって、私のことを覚えてくださっていたのですね。そうです。あの不運のレピーヌ・ポーリーです。おかげさまで。仮の名です。大げさに聞こえ、ご覧の通り、フォンテーヌの
共に作る？
いえ。
後先考え、偉大なる清流の道場をこうなんて思わないことだ。上昇のみをくれてやる。
すまない。このうるさいチビのことは気にしないでくれ。
チビ！
素晴らしい。
量産！俺は天上天下ユイガと、あとはとにかく。
そう
とバカの開口だぜ。盛り上がってるけど、新しい友達でもできたの？ナビアさん、
ご紹介します。イベント会場の設営に身を砕いてくださったフォンテーヌ・スピナディ・ロースラ会長のナビアさんです。
こんにちは、相棒。パイモンも元気だった？
キーニチだ。よろしく頼む。
おいおい、俺のこと
道のどま
さっきこちらが偉大なる清流アハウさんね。お会いできて光栄よ。
へへん、礼儀正しいやつだな。お前らも少しカハン。ナビアと言っ
ナビア、小動物って
一晩で設営が完了したのは、やっと許可。私のわがままを聞いてくださる。
ああ、この人イベントの詳細はまだ話してないだ。簡単に言えば、
ええ、あのシュバルマ長きにはシュバルマナ。
なるほど。ところで
完全にとは、それをきっかけに
我らがスピナディロースラは主にイベント審査が通れば誰で旅人。ここまで聞いてどう思う？収益も見込めるし。あ、くるみき。
その点は出店側もナビアさんのご紹介でテーマレストランのシェフにはかのあちらの方です。
次に食材の量を間違えたらまな板の上に乗るのはあなたよ。
アハウにピ
おい、何？
お嬢様、お話中失礼します。ちょっと見ていただきたいものが。
じゃあごめん。私はこれで自由に見て回って。イベントに参加してくれるなら。
厳しすぎると思わないでちょうだい。もしこんな日置き忘れた銃を取りに戻ってくるお客さん。
すごいお客さんだ。なんだよ、
ああ、いえ。設営前見た感じ。
ん？
観光客。
最初はでもあれわざわざ
パレメルモニアの
いつも通りですよ。箱の中身を確認もしないまま落とし、幸いセドナ。そうしたら
本当に
よかったら。
そういえばキーニチさん
仕事柄。
俺がやったおもちゃにも。
ああ、とっくに飽きた。
だと俺様が授けたものを言うかも。
年寄りはそろそろ休む時間だ。すまない。それ
ちょっと待ってくださいね。書いてみます。
おお、わかりやすい絵だな。
何か変なところがあり。でも本物もこんな感じ。マレションセファンと。
いや、特徴をよく捉えた絵。すまない。
はい。
俺たちはない。
いえ。最後に旅人さん、お会いできて本当に嬉しかったです。またご協力いただけるのを楽しみにしていますね。
お前も気づいただろ？あれは普通の銃じゃない。ああ、正確には古流の時代パレメルモニアに行って確認してくる。助かる。仲間たちとは。
旅人、 シュバルマラン AA ランドファミリーに加わる準備はできた？さて、前にも言ったようでも、私たちの役
正気、オイラたちはいつも冒険してるし、
その息よ。さあ、とにかく見ての通り、今の AA ランドはまだ建設中のエリアだらけなんだ。うちで雇えるスタッフの数には限りがあるし、複雑なプロジェクトに対応できるほどの、だからまずはスケジュールを決めようって思ったの。つまり時間と設備の改良、施設の拡張。だからまずはそれぞれの運営サイクルで貴重な作業、お客さんが増えるにつれて資金が増えて仕事にも慣れて、1回のサイクルでもっと細かく作業時間を振り分けられる。
つまり判断できることも限られたボード。大体分かった気がするぜ。お前は基本的な攻略法とか言ってた。
もちろん。もしかしたら備品の使いだからお客さんが困る。
言われてそれに難しいステージは
そういうこと。もちろんあんたたちにはあんたたちの意見楽しみにしてるよ。さあ、まずはカラフ遊ぶ前よりも嬉しそう。
えいえいって
アトラクションの予算次第そう、出店費用。例えば抱き枕を作りたいって考えた人がいっぱいいてね。次回の展示会ではね、とにかくフリーナに
みんなが
モラのことを今回の基本の攻略法。こっちは AA ランドのいい人材が来れば。
いきなり私有客からボスに転職するのか？そんなの嫌だ。絶対に。よし。
さあシュバルマラン AA ランド、いよいよAA ランドの運営は長期的な戦いだから焦っても今回の仕事。目を見張るようなってほどじゃないけど、オープンしたばかりにしては上々ね。この調子で次も頑張って戦略を練りましょう。 AA ランドの人気上昇のためにAA ランドのレストランも
なかなかの環境ね。水辺で食材も。
こんにちはエスカ。
あらスピナディロ。
それを言うならホテル
本題に移りましょう。旅人に各段階の
これこそがエスコフィエの料理だってパイも。
でもメニューを全部とあるグルメ部ということ。手を出して。暖かい剣の剣。そうね。今回のテーマはあなたがこのスペアリブのローストはソースの味付け、ミントエキスのでも
スタッフ
AA ランドはまだ建設が終わっていないでしょ。このスペアリブのローストを食べればきっと体力がすぐに回復して疲れが取れるはずよ。あなたたちは責任者なんだし、スタッフの美味しいものを食べれば士気も上がって効率が良くなるかもしれないわよ。
なるほど。サーンドル川の運搬作業員たちの効率がだいぶ上がって8時間分の仕事を5時間で終わらせてくれてた。次の日もすごく元気だったよね。
それじゃあ
テーマメニューもテーマメニューのおかげでスタッフのみんなも元気いっぱいだな。スタッフも元気になったことだし、これブースを改良。そうよ、うちの会の目標値にその時よし、準備万端。シュバルマ。でも確かに別に長期的なでもそれじゃ
この永遠この永遠 この永遠 タートを切ったね、相棒。次はどんな風に進化するのか、すごく楽しみ。
マジかよ兄弟。俺の真似してる場合か。いや、友達を見かけたからつい。
オロルン、イファ。
お、なあ、いや、情報が早いな。からかわないで。
でもイファ、いろんなところ
ごも。さて、
なんでフォン
野菜のためだ。僕から話そう。
シュバル。
ああ、また間違え。シュバルマラン姉さん、とにかく。
なるほど。
俺は付き添い。こいつ君だってオロルンよりはつい最近まで働き詰めだった。おっと、いいことじゃないか。もちろん。じゃ改めて自己紹介。
あいつが
あいつは大丈夫だイファ。君はもう心配なのはそこじゃ。まあいい。カクークが大変なことになっちまった。
もしかして。
おう。
あ
あ、珍しく口。
それもあるが
容赦ないな。
マジかよ。
居場所がわかる。警察隊に追われてこの今頃。
これか。
ああ、一番僕も飛べること。イファは俺のせいじゃん。
っていうか狩人に追い。
カクークは素晴らしい竜だ。おいおい兄弟。もちろん。
まあまあ、それより中に入っ。
いいのか。もしカクークが言う。なんでお前が。じゃあ君が決めてくれ兄弟。分かった。もしカクークが
止める勇気はある。
いつもど何の音か。
ヌビレット様の執務室から何やら不穏な音が。
ナタから来たってこいつが言ったの。いや、
言葉自体はわかるが、どうも意味が。
おいおい。
ん？知り合いか？
おう、知人。
すぐに主がおかげで落とし物の書類が1枚。ところで旅人。こっちの話は
いや、リオセセリ殿、私の記憶が正しければ、あの件について。
さすが最高。
キーニチ、ヌビレットと
お互い、そちらは。
こちらはリオセセリ殿。レロピレ要塞、フォンテーヌの監獄の責任者だ。事件に関する
よろしく。ほう。けど、
ふむ。決して口外はしないと言っているようだ。ただし後ほど秘密保持契約をでは話を聞こう、キーニチ殿。
分かった。
おお、レピーヌ・ポーリーンが書いたのとそっくりだぞ。あいつ。
この銃がこの前の密輸事件で
その通り。
分かった、キーニチ殿。迅速な対応に感謝する。まずはリオセセリ殿、
囚人の尋問
よろしく頼む。
今日が
フォンテーヌにはもう数日。
オイラたちレピーヌ・ポーリーンのイベント。
ああ、助かる。残る問題は
こいつのセリフには驚かされるばかり。一体誰から教わったんだ。ほう。
カクーク君についてだが、また先ほどあっただ。
それまでカクーク。
礼を言う。おかげで手間が省けた。
じゃあ
加速するぞ。
イカズチのごとく。
あいつ無事か？ひどい目に遭ってなかったか？マジかよ。カクークを連れて戻らなかった。そう落ち込まないでくれ、イファ。子供は成長。おいおい、今日。
ちょっと待てよ。カクークは怪我一つ。
逮捕されたわけじゃないから、牢に入れられることもな。
ほらな。いや、余計不安になってきたが。
で、悪い知らせをカクークは機密情報に触れ。でも心配いらないぞ。カクークと一緒にいる奴らはすごく。
カクークが戻ってくる頃には飛行物の禁止期間も終わってるはずだ。
あいつには悪いが先に観光する。
全然悪いと。
とにかく世話になったな。俺たちはホテルドゥボールに泊まってるから、何かあれば来てくれ。
これでカクークの件も。
Alright, I think that's gonna wrap it up for today's stream. Just checking my pity right now. Let's see, I was at 46. And then I just did 2 pulls, so I'm at 48 pity now. So 2 more single pulls and I'll be on the even 10s, so I'll be at 50 pity. At that point, I think I'll save my pulls until I get to 10 pulls and then do another 10 pull. That's a lot of saying the same word over and over and over again. But yeah, once I get up to 50 spent or 50 pity, I'll be doing my wishes in groups of 10. I won't be doing them in singles anymore. Although I am so close that I might as well just keep doing singles. But I don't know. Sometimes just doing a 10 pull feels better. Especially because there's always the chance that you might get some crazy thing happen. Like, oh, I got 2 5-stars and I lost the 50-50 on the second 5-star, so now my next one's guaranteed again. Or some crazy shit like that. Now, I don't have anything left to do other than the world quest, which I'm not going to do right now, but I'll go ahead and put my little pinned location on it. Let's check the... right, I need to spend a little bit more resin before I get off for the day. So... there's that. Let's go do a gold ley line. And, whoop, I'm looking the wrong way. I'm looking at the quest marker. But yeah, I'll go ahead and do a gold ley line here. I need to claim this one that I'm running to right now, and then I can do another one. There we go. Alright, that one's claimed, and now I can go do another one. Oh, it's over here this time. Okay, makes sense. Now I can do this. There we go. And after I do this one, I only need to do 5 more tomorrow, which is going to be 100 resin. And then I can just start condensing the rest of my resin for the week. Even though tomorrow's Saturday, so it's really only going to be for 2 days. More like 1.5, but whatever. Wow. Just like that. Gotta love how simple they made it. Now I could do another gold ley line right now, even without the resin. But I don't want to do that. So we're gonna take that off. Let's go to the Natlan region. Ooh, I'm getting sleepy. Yep. This is the right time to call it. Let's see. It's been 4.5 hours. It is currently 12 a.m. Yeah, I need to get to bed. So let's see where we're at. So I am at 15 ley lines done. Tomorrow I'll go to a friend's teapot and buy 2 rock formations and claim this battle pass reward. Usually I do that on the first week every time the battle pass refreshes. Every other week after I never need to, because the battle pass in the first week always starts on Tuesday. But the week resets on Mondays. So it's kind of silly, but yeah, it is what it is. Opening some windows right now, get some more air. But yeah, we got a lot of the event done today. We claimed one of the rewards at least, and then within the next 16 days we'll be able to do the rest of these. I can level some more artifacts, get some more Prima Gems that way. I think I can get a total of 60 in doing this. I just have to get a single artifact. Let's say 5 single artifacts to level 20. And that takes care of this whole thing. But which means I only need to do it to 4 more. But I'd rather just do a bunch of them to level 4 or something like that while I'm farming artifacts throughout the Battle Pass period. So, yeah. That's the plan going forward. So we end today with 48 pity. We end with most of the event, or with all of the first day parts of the event completely finished. We got the new bow already, leveled it up a little bit, got a refinement on it. Speaking of which, I can go do this now. There we go. Got a refinement. Alright. And that's going to go up to 80% because there's a catalyst that does the exact same thing. Really, the only people that can utilize this to a good degree would be just HP scalers like Diona for her shield, Yelan for personal damage, Sijuin for damage and healing. There's not a whole lot of bow users that scale with HP that just want HP main stat. Yelan, you could argue, is one of those units that if you give her an energy recharge sands, you can give her an HP bow, such as the recurve bow. That was one of her best free-to-play weapons, if you can get a lot of energy recharge on her, or at least get an energy recharge sands. But now this exists, so now this has become Yelan's best free-to-play bow outside of Favonius. Like, if you're using an energy recharge sands, then use this bow. If you're using an HP sands, go for Favonius. And then if you have Yelan's signature weapon, then what are you doing listening to me talk about free-to-play options? But no, in all seriousness, this bow isn't going to be very useful on a lot of units. So if you happen to have Sijuin, because, oh, I wanted another healer, but I wanted one that could crit, maybe, I don't know. Then maybe you didn't get her bow. Maybe you were like, way too niche or something. I'd rather just give her a recurve bow or a fav bow or something like that. Well, here's your free-to-play option for Sijuin. Sijuin can be built with crit in mind, so this effect that triggers when you're dealing, that when you're dealing damage, the effect itself can crit. I've seen the videos of people playing around with the catalyst and giving it to Barbara, for example, and then they throw like the little gadget ball at people, so that way they can do like a long distance attack. And it crits. So now with a bow user, you don't have to use a gadget to do a long distance attack, you just do a charge attack. And then boom, watch as your elemental charge attack will do damage. And then you'll see a white number appear, that's the damage from this weapon's effect. And that white number might have like bold large numbers, or a bold large number, or something like that. I don't know what I'm trying to say. That means that it crit. So that's kind of cool that it works that way. Is it best in slot for anybody? Like, again, if you need a stat stick and you have the right substats, or you have the right main stat on, like, let's say a Sans, it could be Yelan's best in slot free-to-play weapon, it could be Sijuyin's for just a stat stick for her healing, and it could be Diona's for her shielding, because the HP that you get from this may end up being better than an HP Sans. I don't know for sure, because I don't think I even level 90'd my Catalyst version of this weapon. So I don't know what the HP main stat bonus is going to be when I level 90 this bow eventually. But I'm sure someone can just look it up. The stats are probably out there somewhere that you'll be able to just find it. It's probably on Hoyoverse's website. Like, I think if you go to version highlights, like, I can't show it. Like, I can't show you what I'm looking at right now, but yeah, you can go to weapons here, and the bow is there. Oh, so there it is. Okay, so it's 41.3% HP. Never mind. That means that the main stat on an artifact is going to be better. Yeah, 46%. So that, never mind what I said about the bow. You basically just want energy recharge substats. Because if you're going to sacrifice a Sans, an HP Sans, just to use that bow, it seems kind of pointless. I'd rather just use, on Diona, I'd rather just use a sacrificial bow, on Yolande, a Favonius bow, and on Siege Wing, probably a Favonius as well. I don't know what her burst requirements are, like how much energy recharge she needs. But yeah, if you're having to sacrifice your Sans for an ER Sans because your ER substats are not very good, then just go with an ER weapon like Fav Bow or Sacrificial Bow or something like that. Fav Bow is always the best one, but for Diona you can do 2 procs pretty well and still get a lot of energy while you're doing her shielding and stuff like that on the field. Okay, I'm done talking about this weapon now. So let me just take back what I said earlier about, oh, it could be someone's best in slot weapon with the right stats or whatever. I'm going to say it still could be, but only with the right sub stats, not main stat. Because, again, it's really not worth sacrificing the main stat from your Sans at 46% HP for a weapon that's only going to give you 41% on its main stat. You're losing HP, not gaining. So there's that to consider. You could argue the effect might be worth it because it can crit, but I like energy particles better. That's just me. So I like the Fab weapons better. Alright, that's enough for me. If you're watching this on Twitch while the VOD is up for the next 7 days, thank you for joining me, and sorry that you won't be able to comment or anything, but I sure do appreciate you watching, and hope you got some enjoyment from the stream. Maybe you agree or disagree with some of the takes I had earlier about the voice actor strike. If you want to comment about that, if you want to have your voice heard in my comment section, then instead of watching on Twitch, I recommend to go to YouTube, and you'll see the Twitch VOD uploaded there. And for those of you watching on YouTube already, feel free to comment if you disagree or agree with the things that I've been saying during the stream. If you're just here to watch and you don't feel like commenting, that's fine too, and I still appreciate you. So thank you for stopping by. Depending when you're watching, have a great morning, great afternoon, or great evening. And just remember to stay happy, stay healthy, and just have fun. Enjoy your life, everybody. And don't forget, when it comes to these gacha games, you do not need to spend money to get good. Peace out, everybody.